All right, guys, welcome back to Downtown Rams. As always, I'm Alexis Kraft, joined here with my co host, Jake Ellenbogen, and we are live on this Friday night for round two of the 2026 NFL Draft. We are so excited to be here. We had a great time streaming with you all, covering the draft live last night in round one. It was a crazy night, especially if you were a Rams fan. There's people of all fan bases who join this draft stream every single year, and we do cover every single team, but obviously we are biased, and we do give special treatment to the Los Angeles Rams, and there was a lot to talk about last night with the Los Angeles Rams, and we were live, Jake, for about 4.5 hours. And Jake, I just want to point out to everybody what we're doing and how the setup kind of works. Also, my voice. So people who were here and who follow me and know me, I've been very sick this week. I was very sick on the stream last night, and all the talking has made my voice. This is not how I normally sound. If my voice just goes out, Jake is going to take the baton and we're going to run, and I will just be here for moral support. But anyways, what's happening right now is Jake and I have multiple screens. I do have my iPad that I don't really know how to work that well because I'm, technology not savvy. I've got a phone. I've got a computer. Jake has multiple computers going on, and we are going to be announcing picks as they come in. So we will be saying every pick that comes through for every single team, giving our brief thoughts on it, answering super chats, looking at the chats, hanging out with you guys. Jake, 49ers are on the clock right now, I believe.
Yes.
I
They've
haven't
tried
seen.
to trade down and it doesn't look like they like anything that's being presented to them. So I don't really have the vibe that they're going to trade down here.
I believe that I saw that they are going to pick. Um, I'm checking right now.
Yeah, it's definitely let's see.
Chat, how are the vibes, everybody? I can see the chat. I do have that pulled up. We're gonna try and monitor that, and as well as keep up with what's coming in pick
Yeah.
wise. And guys, it does sound like Kayvon Thibodeau. So Kayvon Thibodeau, who is a edge rusher for the Giants, just posted goodbye on his Instagram story, and there's a lot of reports right now that he's being traded to the Saints. So that is something to keep in mind. We'll obviously break that news if it comes through, but Jake, that would be very interesting from a draft landscape of what the Giants could get, in a haul for him. Um, Thank you guys. I am feeling a little bit better. It's just my body and my voice, it is just suffering, but like in terms of like feeling, I do feel a little bit better. I still have my tissues. I have my water right here, and I've got I'm actually going to have a coffee because I slept for 3 hours last night. Jake, I don't know how much you slept. I don't think we talked about it today, but I went to
Oh,
bed at
yeah.
around 3 a.m.
I was going to say you were up late. I
You
saw
know,
you on
I
Twitter and I was like, "What is going on?"
I was so wired.
I
I
get
just think
that.
after the Rams pick and all the discussion, I was like, we had to get we had this out, and then we had our clips come out, and then I wanted to make sure I got it posted for everybody on Instagram, and so I was trying to like get all that out before I went to bed, and then I was my notifications on Twitter. I had like 100 notifications and everybody tweeting me, and I was like trying to get back to people, and it was just so much that it's like 1:30, and then it's 2, and then it's 3, and I worked today
Damn.
remotely, guys. I didn't go anywhere, but like so I had to wake up. So like there's a reason that I'm about to open this coffee because I don't want to crash on our stream. Could you guys imagine my the morale if my voice went out and then I just looked deflated? Um, but I don't know how many people are in here. We're gonna have to. Normally, I can see how many people are watching, but There was a debacle, if you guys watched last night, within literally 10 minutes of us being live, where I tried to touch something, and it basically blew my feet out. And so I was like, I'm not doing that again. I'm going to let Jake handle the technology because something seems to be going on to where if I touch something, it's breaking.
Stop messing around with technology.
Yeah, it's just, I'm just sitting here trying to open this coffee. There we go. It's struggling. I've never had this kind before. So Jake, how many people we have in here right now?
So currently we have 427 people. It's pretty good right off the rip.
Amazing.
284 of them are on my YouTube channel right now. So
incredible. So, because night 2 is usually our slowest night for whatever reason. I think, you know why I think it is, Jake? I think it's because round 1 is round 1. And so everybody's like amped. And like this year, it's like we pick 13, right? And so night 1 is always, I feel like, the night. And then round 2, it's kind of like Friday night. And people are like, oh, it's the second or third round. I'm going to go out on Friday night or whatever. But then day 3 is our big day. You would think it's the slowest day. But then day 3,
you know why?
from 11 a.m. to 6, it's like everybody's hanging out with us and chilling during
I think
Saturday,
people
during the day.
tune out of the broadcast almost entirely and come to our stream on day 3.
Oh, for sure. I mean, people do that night 1 and 2. Like we were
I
talking about
know,
last
but like
night.
it
So many
really,
people-
like I had people like, yeah, I probably won't watch your stuff like during day 1 and day 2 because I got so much stuff going on. But day 3, that's like an event in and of itself. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, by all means. So, right off the rip, we're starting off Tyler Peak. Day 2, let's go. Here all night, watching the best draft stream out there. Appreciate you, buddy. You muted yourself somehow? I don't know what you did.
No, I did because I was coughing and I
Oh,
didn't
right.
really hear. I'm sorry. When is the last time I saw you, Tyler? The last time that I saw Tyler had to have been at MetLife, right?
I would,
That's
well,
a long time.
yes. Yeah, I would say it was probably MetLife. It's been a minute. Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen each other in a while, too. So there's that.
That's true. I know. The last time we saw each other, I think you were here in Chicago,
Yeah.
right?
Oh
man.
I don't know. Maybe since then, but it kind of all blends together because it's been a lot of time. Also, since like COVID in 2020. Oh my God, you can't be serious.
Who'd they take?
They took Stribling at 33. The 49ers just took the guy that I was rushing to do a video on because I'm like, I think this guy might be like close to Puka Nacua this draft.
You know, it's funny because Jake and I were talking before we went live, and Jake, I'm going to let you talk about Stribling because you know about him more than I do. But you brought up 2 guys. You brought up Stribling and you brought up Surratt.
Yes.
And do you want to tell them about your Surratt video?
Yeah, it's not coming out, guys. Today was just a whirlwind. Basically, I didn't get to bed until like 7 a.m., whatever. And then I had broken fragmented sleep. And then I got woken up at like noon by this fire alarm. I thought we were getting nuked. I was like horrified. So, yeah, I'm all out of sorts. I rushed to get the Stribling video out because I had his eval and everything done. I couldn't do a video on every single person that I evaluated, but really had meant to get it out before, finally get it out. I wasn't able. I chose him over Surratt, and if the Rams draft Elijah Surratt, that's probably why, because I didn't do a video on him.
So the Cardinals just picked, and they took Texas A&M guard Chase Besantis. It's Besantis, right? I think it's Besantis.
Yeah, Chase Besantis?
Yeah, that's how I've heard it, but okay, that makes sense. I think that fills a need for the Cardinals. They're, it's so curious to me who their quarterback situation, because if I'm Jacoby Brissett, remember, and I don't know if there's been an update on this in the past few days, but Jacoby Brissett was like going to hold out, right, and not report or whatever. I'm like, Jacoby, the Cardinals have like an incredible offense right now. Like, what are you doing playing hardball, man? Like,
yeah.
Like, this is like, no offense, Jacoby, but like, you should be showing up right now to throw the ball to Trey McBride and Michael Wilson and Jeremiah Love and Marvin Harrison Jr. and James Conner and Trey Benson. And, like, what are you doing? So they go ahead and get a guard who was one of the higher rated guards, I believe, in the draft, Jake.
Yeah, no, Basantis is really a fascinating prospect. I think he is a lot better than Keelan Rutledge, and he went in the first round. So I think the Cardinals are really doing a nice job in this draft. I know they're going to get a lot of flack for taking a running back third overall, but I love the pick because he's not just a running back. He does so much more than that, as you know. I mean, you've watched him for a while. But, overall, I like what the Cardinals are doing. And the 49ers pick, it's funny. I literally said in my video about Stribling, he's probably going to be a little bit of a reach. Like, the Rams might take him at 61, and people will be like, why'd they get him? But I actually think, like, he's going to hit in the... Now I'm like, he's definitely going to hit in the NFL. He went right to a Shanahan offense. He's a perfect fit for that type of style, and he is a fantastic blocker. So, that I'm not thrilled about that. We'll just put it that way.
Jake, the 49ers have only made one pick. I don't really know how I feel. I'm not entirely moved by the Stribling pick. I think it's a fine pick, but the Cardinals and the Seahawks, the Cardinals have had a very good draft, in my opinion. And I don't think I'm on the same page as you. Obviously, everybody knows how I feel about Jeremiah Love, but I don't even think that's bias. I think Jeremiah Love is going to be insane in the NFL. So I think that him going at 3 is perfectly fine and normal for his skill set.
Yeah.
But Seattle is getting a lot of flack for taking Jadarian Price, and I think it's super unwarranted. And Jake, you've talked about this, I think, as well. Jadarian Price, people are like, they took a running back 2 in the first round. Jadarian Price would have been a running back 1 anywhere else. And frankly, he wasn't really a true running back 2 behind Jeremiah Love. Like, he, in essence, was, but he was utilized a lot, even for as much as they used Jeremiah Love. So I know that you've shared your thoughts on that too, Jake, but I just wanted to say it in the chat because we're talking about NFC West and the picks, and I've seen a lot of heat towards the Seahawks for taking Jadarian Price, and I think it's unwarranted. They picked 32. It wasn't like they took him at 20 or, whatever. I think he's going to be really good, and I think he's going to be better than Charbonnet, so...
Oh, yeah. That's not even a question. Wildman Samurai, thank you for the 5. The Rams need to give up something from next year in order to recover from last night. Thoughts? I actually agree. I really would give up a second-round pick from next year and move it over to this year because I do think they need to make a splash move. Here's my argument. Exactly to your point yesterday, Alexis, which I thought was a great point. They have the future of quarterback taken care of, whether you like it or not. He is the guy that they have chosen as the successor to Matthew Stafford. Now they don't have that hanging over their heads. Now there's no reason, like if a Rashid Shaheed shows up at the deadline and you have a chance to acquire somebody like that, there's no excuse now. You can't be like, oh, well, we need, assets, but, we still have a quarterback. No. No excuse. So I actually like the idea of buying a pick in the second round, taking advantage of next year's draft being stronger. Maybe somebody values it enough that's like, yeah, I'll give you the second round pick this year, and we'll take a second round pick next year, maybe another pick. I would do that. I would trade up. I mean, there are receivers. This is why I don't like Stribling going off the board here. There are other receivers that, like, I just worry about there being a run. Because if there's a run, Alexis, like, in the Rams are like, okay, we're gonna take Skylar Bell. I'm just like, I don't get really crazy about that move. They take Brazel. I'm like, Brazel is just not like, okay, his time with Tulane, he can run routes. I believe that. But he doesn't get me really excited. He's raw. Bryce Lance, like I said, wanted to love him. He's really raw. I have issues with the way he catches the football. Antonio Williams, to me, is just a slot receiver. Zachariah Branch will get me to crash out.
So
I will lose it.
The Bills drafted Clemson defensive end TJ Parker.
We like that. I want defensive players off the board.
Yeah, and
not corners, but
the Texans also traded up just now with the Raiders, so the Texans are picking 36. So the Texans are on the clock. So I just want to keep people updated in case.
I'm putting that in the ticker now.
But yeah, Jake, to echo your point and my point, I guess too, when I brought it up yesterday, is like the whole topic of discussion was, well, why won't the Rams aren't going to trade up because they are going to need a quarterback next year, right? And keep that 2027 first.
Yeah.
Now they don't have to do that, and I think now you can start trading picks for 2027 if this really is the all-in year, right? Go ahead and do that. I agree with you. They need to make a splash in rounds 2 and 3. Also keep in mind the Rams don't pick in rounds 4 and 5 as of right now. So there's a big drop off between the end of tonight and the beginning of the day tomorrow. So maybe they try and move back at some point and try to gather more picks. They need to be strategic about this because, you sent the message in the first round that you made a pick for the future, and everything that's come out since then and today is that the Rams are more than happy to let Ty Simpson sit for several years.
Even the entire rookie deal. Like if he sits the entire,
they have
wild.
said quite literally that they're fine letting him sit for his entire rookie deal. So, okay, that's the choice that you've made. By the way, it sounds like the Browns. Oh, wait, it's not the Browns.
No, the Raiders traded up with the Texans, you said, right?
That's right. Yes, sorry. I was reading the chat and I thought somebody just got picked, but they were talking about yesterday. The Texans took Ohio State defensive tackle Caden McDonald.
Okay, that's a really good move. I actually liked the fit
Texans pick
in the first round. So, yeah. I like the trade a lot for them. They didn't really give up too much. I think it's like a 4th rounder, and they get the best interior defensive lineman on the board.
Yeah, that's a really good pick. I mean, and just adding to that nasty Texans defense.
Yeah,
ooh,
Jesus.
Brutal. I mean, arguably the best defense in the NFL last year, right? I mean, monstrous. You go and you extend Will Anderson. I mean, great move by the Texans in that, hey, they traded up for him.
I think the Giants are going to have a chance to really kind of take a stranglehold of this draft because I loved what they did yesterday. You get Arvell Reese, and then, of course, you have the best tackle in the draft fall in your lap. But now at 37 and likely going to end up with pick 42 because they're trading Kayvon Thibodeau and most likely to the Saints, it sounds like. I think that has to include 42. So if they're getting 37 and 42 in this draft, like they could really do some damage. First off, you look at, yeah, I know that's the thing. So right now, if I were them, I would take Denzel Boston because I think he's different than every other receiver on the roster. Then at 42, assuming they make the trade and they acquire 42 from the Saints for Thibodeau, I might just say screw it and go with Jermon McCoy, who I think is the best player available. You have to be okay with the medicals, and if you're not, I mean, CJ Allen's there. But
see, I think that they're okay taking that risk because they are potentially acquiring much more picks with Thibodeau.
Yeah.
So I think you can take that risk using one of McCoy. I just don't want them to take Boston because that is who I want. That's who I want the Rams to take. But I think they'd have to trade up to get him. I don't know if the Rams are going to do that, and it does make a lot of sense for the Giants.
The 49ers are still trying to trade Brandon Ayuk.
I mean, that makes sense. Interesting though, like Jake, so second, third round. So we talk about quarterbacks, right? Like I am not as high on Carson Beck.
No, I'm not either.
You've got all these reports about teams are looking at him in the second, which I think is absurd.
I think that's smokescreen though. Do you really think I think he'd go in the 4th.
I think he's a fourth rounder as well, but this is just what I'm seeing from talking heads on ESPN or whatever. Drew Aller is going to be really interesting to me.
It's all about the fit, Alexis. If he goes
And
to a place that will let him sit there, develop, and they actually know what they're doing, because you can let a guy sit all day, but if you're, head coach and GMs are a bunch of idiots, it doesn't matter. As we've seen this before. Yeah, I'm very curious to see where Aller goes.
West. I don't want to see him in the NFC West.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if the Cardinals ended up getting him.
Well, that's who I was going to bring up, but the reason is, I did see that the Cardinals were interested in Beck, which makes me think they want Aller even more.
Yeah, I don't buy the Beck stuff.
Because it just feels like a smokescreen. And like, I don't know. We'll see.
Beck to me is like a Stetson Bennett. Obviously, he's bigger, he's built, he actually looks the part of a quarterback in the NFL, but he's like a Stetson Bennett type of, like, you're drafting him to be your franchise backup type stuff. You know what I mean? That I don't see him as like a starting caliber quarterback.
So wait, the New York Giants took Colton Hood,
That's a good pick
out of Tennessee. So I really like Hood, but Hood going before McCoy.
Well, it tells me McCoy's going to drop off the face of the earth, which is really sad.
Which is sad because of the knee. So here's the thing. Jermard McCoy, I think, is a better corner than Colton Hood. I like both of them a lot. Tennessee had two great starting corners. The issue with McCoy is going to be who takes the risk on the bad knee. And so it's not that surprising that his teammate went ahead of him. Somebody's gonna take a risk on McCoy. But it's I just saw in the chat, somebody said McCoy is this year's Will Johnson. It's a fair comparison. Interesting. Because, see, I would have thought a team like the Giants that's about to potentially acquire more picks and have some room to make like a luxury pick would have probably been like the type of team that would use one of those on McCoy. But instead they go with Colton Hood, so that means the Raiders are on the clock.
Yeah. It's interesting. The Texans traded up to get ahead of the Giants because they felt like the Giants were going to take Caden McDaniel, and that actually made K McDonald, because that actually makes a lot of sense when you think about it, Alexis. They just traded away Dexter Lawrence. That's that's a smart trade. That's where you love a player. He fell. Go get him. Don't sit here. You have to be smart about it. Like, honestly, looking back when the Rams got Aaron Donald at pick 13, to this day, I do not understand how the Giants did not take Aaron Donald. They had just lost Linval Joseph, and they took Odell, and I was shocked.
Can I say real quick what my prediction for this Raiders pick is? And
go
totally
ahead.
know what this is.
It's going to be
Elijah Surratt.
Yeah.
I think it is. I think they're going to pair him with Mendoza in Vegas.
That's fine by me. I mean, I really
shocked.
like him, but
like this almost feels way too obvious. The pick isn't in yet.
Emmanuel McNeil Warren is still there. I feel like he is I penciled him as a perfect fit for the Bears, but like they have 57 and 60.
Avion Terrell, the corner from Clemson, is still available. Denzel Boston, Zion Young, Cassius Howell, the edge rusher of Texas A&M.
You know what I would do? It's not the sexy pick, but wait, what happened? I was looking at my board and okay. It's not the sexy pick, but I think I would actually take Emmanuel McNeil Warren. And the reason for this is because I think he's kind of a game changer in the secondary. They're going to need to generate turnovers, and I feel like that's somebody, when I watch him, he's always punching the ball out. He's got a nose for the football. He's got ball skills. He's a first-round talent. I really like him. He played at Toledo, so I think that's why he's falling, but he's really good. Like, I think the Raiders should actually take him. Who they'll probably take is Surratt, but if they don't take him, I could absolutely see them going with what's his face? Oh my God, I'm blanking on his name. I could see him going with Denzel Boston.
Well, I want Denzel Boston on the Rams, so I'm hoping not. Um, but we'll see. I don't see that the pick is in for the Raiders yet, um, which is
Yeah, I don't see it
interesting.
either.
Maybe they're trying to trade out, maybe not. Jake, just as let's pull up the so I can let people know. Um, so the Raiders are on the clock, and then you've got Cleveland, Kansas City, Cincinnati, and then the Saints at number 10. But there's a very real possibility that Saints pick at 10th in the second round is going to New York, because it sounds like there's a very active trade happening right now between New York and New Orleans for Kayvon Thibodeau, who got on his Instagram story and said goodbye. So that might be another New York Giants pick. And if so, Jake, they have not yet picked a receiver. So if you're a Rams fan and you are going, I want a receiver, that's another team that probably also is going to eye taking a receiver in the second round, as are probably some of these other teams. But just something to keep in mind if you're doing the chess of it all, and there's a receiver you really want, and you're looking at the board saying, maybe the receiver that the Rams want. Oh, real quick, the Raiders took safety Treydon Stukes out of Arizona.
Oh, well, I have
Huh.
the safety pick right. But
You had the safety pick right.
yeah, Trayden Stukes is interesting because I got a lot of flack for not having him in my top 10 corners. And I kept telling people, I don't see him as a corner. I see him as a safety. Really good range, ball skills, really good tackler. I like the pick for them. And I think he's a player who, if he inched his way into the first round with all the hype he was getting, I wouldn't have been surprised. Really liked his tape out of Arizona.
Well, guys, now that the Raiders have picked, you've got Cleveland, Kansas City, the Bengals, and then the Saints. So we're still quite a bit away from pick 61 overall, where the Rams are scheduled to pick. We're at 39. How's my voice sound, guys?
It's
Is that
interesting.
okay?
It kind of works.
You know, I weirdly, it was, I think what it was is I was hanging on barely yesterday, and then we talked for 4 hours. So, guys, there's a real possibility when we come to tomorrow, I'm going to sound like a chain smoker, because
Like
I'm not giving my voice
I
time
joked
to
to you
rest.
on Twitter. I was like, "You trying to set us up for some Marlboro sponsorships?" I mean, at this point. But Cinco, appreciate the broccoli. Hey
Thank
Jake, hey
you.
Alexis, how would y'all feel if we got Cisse and Golday? Both of them, I'd feel pretty damn good. What are your guesses for what they target? I'm gonna be honest. It's going to be really hard to sell Matthew Stafford on, hey, we got you a linebacker. Hey, we got you a corner. So I think this is a pass catcher. I'm going to say it now. Do not be surprised if it is Eli Stowers. I kind of have a feeling. I'm not saying that I necessarily want him, but I kind of have a feeling that they might try to do the Jacob Harris thing all over again.
Jake, the dream is dead.
Which one?
The Cleveland Browns have drafted Denzel Boston, the wide receiver out of
So
Washington.
they took him and Casey
Ooh.
Concepcion.
Ah, man, they are.
I don't
And
understand that
listen,
though. So him, Concepcion, Bond, and then you also have Jerry
Judy.
Judy.
But that sounds like he's like they want to get rid of him. It's kind of been like an open secret.
Okay,
So I don't
well,
know so much. But I mean,
oh boy. And now the Chiefs are on the clock, and I'm not gonna lie to you. If they pick a receiver, it's not gonna surprise me
no, they need one.
because they took Mansour Delane. They don't need another cornerback pressing, right? But I don't know. I can't even trust Rashee Rice. I mean, I don't even know what the hell's going on there.
No,
So
the Chiefs are going to take a receiver. Man, the Denzel Boston pick hurts because that would have been such great value for the Rams to be able to find a way to maybe get him in the second. Back to the Stowers pick. What's interesting about the Chiefs, I wouldn't be shocked if the Chiefs took a tight end early. I know that Travis
This
Kelce's
early?
coming back. Yeah, because I know that Travis Kelce's coming back, and none of the other the
But
Chiefs have.
here's the thing about Stowers. He doesn't block at all. So like he's not going to be a tight. He's going to be a wide receiver. You know what I mean? Probably a big slot guy. And guess who plays big slot for them? Rashee Rice. So I just don't know if that factors. I mean, this feels like Chris Bell. Maybe they go with like a smaller stature receiver.
I'm gonna pull up my list that I had for my top choices because I had Denzel, Boston. So I've got Chris Bell, Chris Brazil at receiver.
It's funny because two of these guys I have comps to literal Kansas City Chiefs receivers right now. Skylar Bell is literally like, he's so much like Royals last year, Jalen Royals. And I don't know if that's a good thing, by the way. And then I compared, who's the other one I was just talking about? I don't remember. Yeah, Chris Bell, Rashee Rice. He's similar to Rashee Rice in a way. So, yeah. I mean, I had Chris Bell kind of. I think my final comp for him was A.J. Brown fused with Laviska Shenault. Make of that what you will. I have these weird, player comparisons now, but.
I didn't answer the super. I would feel great if we got Sissy and Galladay. There is part of me that tells me that the Rams might actually be targeting corner in the second round. I know people will be like, no, they need to get an offensive weapon. I think the offensive weapon would be to appease Stafford, but I very well could see if there's still kind of that group of corners available. And real quick, the Chiefs took defensive end R. Mason Thomas out of Oklahoma.
By all means.
If there's some corners available, like if, I don't know that it really makes sense for the Rams to take McCoy because I don't think that you can justify taking Ty Simpson and then going and taking the corner that everybody's scared to draft because you don't know what's going to happen with his knee. So I don't think that that's really in play for the Rams, even though there's obviously a potential high upside there. I think that that's probably something you avoid. If Terrell out of Clemson is available, Sissy, D'Angelo Pons, I'd be ecstatic if they go ahead and they grab him. So I don't think it's that crazy to think that the Rams, if based on their board, it's the corners that they like and all those receivers are gone. If they go corner, I know that that's not probably like ideal, like your biggest need per se right now, but it wouldn't be shocking to me if they go corner at all in the second.
So, Alexis, I actually started doing a shadow draft yesterday. Totally forgot about that. Who would you have taken 13th? Because I went with Omar Cooper Jr., so I'm just going to be...
I would have last night probably taken Mekhi Lemon.
Okay, so...
Or Sadiq. It's tough. Because
do you want me to keep track of yours for you?
Yeah, keep track. Let's go track. At 13, if I'm being honest with myself, I probably would have taken Mekhi Lemon, even though I think I like Sadiq better. But I think positionally, I would have taken Lemon. Sure.
Okay, so you would have gone with Mekhi Lemon. I would have gone with Omar Cooper Jr., so we're keeping tabs. Keep in mind, you picked a wide receiver, so we're not basing the next selection on what the Rams did, right? They're basing it on what you did in the shadow draft. So it's just like a mock draft. So like,
and the Bengals, Jake, you're going to like this. The Bengals have selected Texas A&M defensive end Cassius Howell.
I think he's a good player. I'm glad defensive players are coming off the board.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't love cornerbacks coming off the board, but Yeah,
Now, I want to elaborate on something about the Lemon pick
yeah.
because I don't think that Lemon was the best wide receiver choice for the Rams if they went receiver.
Hmm.
But based on the way that the board fell that night, last night, I still would have just gone ahead and grabbed him because I think he was the best receiver available and he's going to make plays for you. And we really needed a guy that I think you could rely on as a wide receiver 3. So I know everybody's going to be like, "Oh, but you didn't want him as your receiver choice for the Rams." Like you're right, but Carnell Tate went 4th overall. Things changed.
Yeah.
The way things changed.
Well, that's exactly it. It's like I'm not really I'm not really ready for that. No one was ready for Cardinal Tate to go at 4. So it's like, so yeah. It's funny, I see somebody in the comment section, bro, move on. Oh, we are.
Oh,
we're just talking about our shadow
I don't know
draft.
what I'm talking about.
I know.
Take a shot. That's probably what last night, I don't know if you saw in the chat, people were like, take some alcohol from my throat since I'm sick. I was like, guys, I can't start drinking an hour into the NFL draft stream.
Oh boy.
Anyways, thank you for the super, Bo Bowen.
Thank you. We appreciate the broccoli. We draft 3 players tonight. It will cost us in 2027 second rounder. I think it's smart. I don't care.
I would do it. I would do it in a heartbeat.
Because while this is a weaker draft, I'm going to push back on people acting like these players aren't worth second round picks and third round picks. It's a weaker draft, meaning the bread and butter of the Rams, which is like the 5th, 6th, and 7th round, it's really not good. So this is a draft. I'd consolidate picks. I'd go up to round 4. I'd be trying to get as many picks as I can in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round. That's how I feel. I feel like the drop off hits in the 5th, big time.
I agree, and like load up on talent, right?
Yeah. SoCal, thank you for the Baja there. Get ready for more disappointments today, Ramley. I don't want to be like that. I mean, look, it was disappointing. I'm rooting for Ty. I like Ty just based on what I watched of him, doing the whole Gruden thing. I like the way he like carries himself, and I think he's a smart, dude. Because Alexis, I've seen some of those Gruden quarterback camps. They get on the whiteboard, they do stuff like that, and you're like, what have we done? You drafted that guy? You know what I mean? Like, it's bad. So luckily, I don't feel like he's like that at all. And I can't stress enough, I give him a lot of credit for not transferring in the literal era, the mecca of transferring in the transfer portal.
Before I forget, Jake, you know what I didn't do last night on the stream? Is I did not
ASMR.
give a shout. Well, I don't need. Okay, real quick.
Yeah, I would not do ASMR now.
The last night I was very lucky to get some gear sent to me by Homage.
Oh, nice.
Which is a clothing brand. And so last night I wore a hoodie that Homage sent me, and I meant to shout them out, but the night spiraled and I did not remember to do that. And so, guys, if you watched the stream last night, I had the most incredible hoodie, Rams vintage hoodie from the brand Homage. And hit me up if you want a link, because it was great, and they were very kind to send me that and a couple shirts. And tonight, before I forget, Jake, our friends at Fanatics sent me this.
Oh, nice. I like that.
It is a Lululemon Los Angeles Rams sweatshirt.
Damn.
It is very comfortable, and I'm cozy in my beanie, and I am just like hanging out. And so I wanted to give Fanatics a shout out, because thank you for sending me the package, and I really appreciate it. And also, guys, on that note, the New Orleans Saints drafted Georgia defensive tackle Christian Miller. So Jake,
I got it in there before you even said it. Let's go.
Yep.
Quick as a whip. Not really.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Gregory.
Appreciate you, Gregory. Thank you for the tangerine. Thanks for being here and doing the Rams Day 2 show. Hey, of course.
Of course.
Eighth
Thank you for
8th annual. So
8th annual. God, that's so crazy.
I know.
So crazy.
We started, like, I was literally, I mean, we were just 21, 22 years old when we started doing
20,
this.
well, 2019. Yeah,
Or
I was 22. I was
yeah,
22.
yep. So
Crazy.
insane.
I see someone in the chat from Germany.
Hey.
Horns up. What? So it must be later. It must be late where you are, like past midnight. If it's
Oh, and Gregory with the YouTube member. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
Much love. And we got some broccoli from Mace USA 1. So when do you
Thank
guys
you.
sleep? So who do we want today? Just so I get ready for heartbreak. LOL, the dream ain't dead yet. Great job on streaming, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, I wanted Denzel Boston.
We're going to just create a bunch of dreams to be shattered here. All right. So Jermod McCoy is still on my list if the medicals check out. That's up to the teams. I don't have that info. Emmanuel McNeil Warren is very interesting the longer he's up there. Avion Terrell. These are the best player available guys. But then I'm also, like, at the top of my list is D'Angelo Pons for corner. Absolutely love D'Angelo Pons. Jeremy Bernard. I know Alexis kind of mentioned Bernard potentially pairing with Ty Simpson, and she loves that kind of that journey, you know, two players.
I love it when people play in college together and then play in the NFL together. I think it's romantic.
So yeah, I mean, I think Bernard, Pons, I would probably say Bernard, Pons, Elijah Surratt, even though that's going to be really hard, a tough pill for me to swallow there. And then I honestly, man, the more I look at it, I really kind of feel like the Rams are going to have to trade up soon because there's just not a lot of receivers that I really like for their situation.
But, yeah, I was going to say, you know, now that Denzel Boston's gone, depending on how this board falls, I'm trying to find my list. You know, Chris Bell is still available. I like him,
Chris Bell. Forgot about him.
Other than that, like, I think I'm shifting my focus to D'Angelo Pons. I think he's such a good option and value pick. Like, I wouldn't hate. Did Pregnon go?
Pregnon's still there.
The guard out of Oregon.
He's so good.
Like,
he's a first round talent.
I agree. And Jermod McCoy, I like him. I agree with you. I don't know what the medical stuff is. Obviously, teams are passing on him for a reason, but on pure talent, he was my cornerback too. So to grab him in the second, if it's not astronomically bad news about his knee, why not?
Yeah, I see people talking about Lane. I don't know where he's going to go. He's a bit raw for me. So I think I wouldn't want him until the 4th round. I know the Rams don't have a 4th round pick, but I wouldn't want him on day 2.
I think of him as like a 3rd round guy to me. So I wouldn't mind taking him.
Okay.
You know, but that's basically who I'm eyeing for the Rams based on the board falls. You know, I don't know if the Rams are planning on trading up. I mean, Jake and I are on the same page. We're like, I would do it. I would trade a 2027 second. I would try to get 3 picks in.
Oh, wow. The Cowboys just acquired D. Winters from the 49ers. He's a talented linebacker.
Interesting.
That also tells me that the 49ers feel really good about the linebackers on board.
Where do they pick?
Soon. I think they pick like 50. Yeah, it's not what you want.
I'm Lululemoned out right now. I've got my Lululemon.
I also, by the way,
and I've got my Lululemon.
I think there's a chance. I'm not saying they're going to do it. I think there's a chance that they trade Pearsall in this draft.
I cannot justify trading Pearsall. I like him. I don't know why.
He just doesn't stay healthy.
It's true. But I mean, you've already got Ayuk, who you're trying to get rid of.
Yeah, I mean, Ayuk's already gone. So they've already, like, he's not coming back at all. So they'll either trade him or they'll cut him. But he's not coming back. So he's not, as far as I'm concerned, he's not even on the roster. But they have other guys as well. Like, they got the one guy from, what was it? Ole Miss? I'm blanking.
At receiver?
Mm-hmm.
Stribling?
No, I
Oh
know
no,
him,
Stribling didn't
but
go to Ole Miss.
I thought they got a. No, he did. You're
Oh,
right.
he did. Okay. This is the
Confidence.
third time. You know
Confidence.
what? I think it's because I'm having brain fog from being sick. Because, guys, this is the third time that I've
That's
said
fair.
something completely correct in the draft and then been like, wait, no, that's not right. And Jake is like, no, that's right. My wires are just getting like
No, so they have, by
crossed.
the way, they have they have Evans, Pearsall, and Christian Kirk. They just add Stribling in the second round. I think Pearsall gets traded. I think there's actually a chance he gets traded.
The Dolphins selected linebacker Jacob Rodriguez.
Yeah, that's about where I expected him to go.
And that's going to bum a lot of Rams fans out. He's from Texas Tech, by the way.
You said that again, confidence.
He's from Texas Tech.
I know you said Texas Tech linebacker Jacob Rodriguez.
Oh.
He's from Texas Tech, by the way.
People are saying that my voice is quiet.
Yeah, I have
It
you.
really do I really sound that? I mean, my
I can hear you, but
voice,
I have your volume all the way up too. So I
don't.
turned your mic as much as I could on my side all the
So
way
here's
up.
what it could be, guys. Here's what we're gonna do, because I also have a desk now that you guys can't see, because everybody's all the time is like, Alexis, get a desk.
Well, she's got a
And
desk.
so I got
everybody.
one, but I pinned my computer down. So now everybody in the chat is saying, no, you're fine. So maybe some people maybe it's the sickness. I'll put my computer up a little bit. I just didn't want you guys to have to see the back of it. And I'll move it closer to me. How about that?
Yeah.
So Jacob Rodriguez is off the board. The Lions traded up to pick 44 and traded 50 and 128 to the Jets. So Jake, who do you think the Lions, could they be trading up for a corner?
Yeah, so the Lions, I mean, so far they got who they get yesterday? Blake Miller. So if I were to guess, kind of looking at the board here, I'm gonna say this could very well be Jermon McCoy.
Would be such a Lions pick.
Oh,
Feels like a team that would take
you
the
know
risk.
you know what's a Lions pick? I'd hate it. It doesn't really make sense because they have DJ Reed and Brian Branch. They have smaller guys, but if they took D'Angelo Pons, I'd be so pissed.
I don't see that. I don't feel like I feel
There's
like
just too much of the same guy there, so I don't know if they would do it, but
well, guys, I'm looking at the chat with the sound. Some people are saying, Jake, back off your mic.
I mean, I have it pretty low. Can turn it lower.
I don't know what the Lions. Yeah, guys, I know some people are saying they think I'm just speaking softly, but I cannot go any louder than this today. I physically, if I raise my voice at all anymore, it will go out. Unfortunately, because I'm sick. I don't know what the line. Okay, wait. So the comp pick, by the way, is for the 49ers. They received a 5th round pick for D Winters. That's it.
I mean, that's pretty good. I honestly don't think D Winters, as good as he is, I don't think he's worth anything more than a 5th round pick. So, I mean, that's a good trade. I think they got him in like the 6th round the year he came out.
Supers. We've got some more supers. Sorry, I muted myself. But we've got some more supers.
Yeah. So all right. Zaylor Swift, appreciate you with the 5. Rams fans need to watch the Coach
Thank you.
JB show. He predicted the quarterback move, and he said on the live that there were getting multiple wide receivers. Fingers crossed. I guess we'll see what ends up happening, but appreciate you.
We will see.
I think the board is actually
Lions-
looking pretty good for the Rams right now, but I probably just jinxed it by saying that. Daniel Rodriguez, thank you for the broccoli. What's the ideal pick at 61 to give us a better vibe after yesterday's pick? If they come away with like Jermod McCoy medicals, right? If it works out, that's huge. If they come away with, I would say Pons, Jeremy Bernard,
Real quick, guys,
Bell.
The Lions took linebacker Derek Moore, or edge rusher Derek
Oh,
Moore
wow.
out of Michigan.
That's early.
Which I love that though, because I love it when people stay home, and Derek Moore, Michigan boy, just like Aiden Hutchinson, pairing up in Detroit, that's romantic. So I like it. And also it wasn't that's not a guy that I really wanted the Rams to take. So hey, we still got our board intact.
I think
Jake,
I had him
continue.
a couple mocks that we did live. But I mean, my biggest thing about him is I just didn't love how he defended the run. So he's like a situational pass rusher to me. I don't know if I'm spending that high. I don't know if I'm trading up to get a situational pass rusher in the second round. That's what I would say. But I think he's a good player. It's just you have to know what you're getting with him. Nathan, thank you for the broccoli. What happened to
Thank
True
you.
Edwards, Brennan Presley, and Ty Johnson? I feel like they all would have been good to have last year. Well, they were on the practice squad, and Ty Johnson. I don't know who that is.
See, I just think of the running back, but I know.
Yeah,
that's
like
different.
I mean,
Tyler Johnson.
Tyler Johnson was gone. He was on another
Yeah.
team. I think he was on the Jets last year. Actually got used a little bit. And then Ty Johnson's the Bills running back. Fun fact, the Rams literally signed him to an offer sheet. The Bills matched it. Rams didn't get him. So that was a few years ago, but yeah.
The Ravens picked
I mean, I
defensive
like
end.
this because, I mean, he wasn't really high on my radar, but I know you were a big fan of Zion Young.
Yeah, the Ravens guys picked Mizzou defensive end Zion Young. I think this is about where I expected him to go.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I saw him leaking into the first round in a few mock drafts and what have you. Captain at Mizzou, right? Yeah, I mean, it's a Ravens pick. I mean, even though it's funny, what does that even mean now that Harbaugh is out of the building? But
I know, it's like their identities change. I'm going to have to take a cough drop and see if this helps my voice.
and yet, Alexis, I don't feel like their identity's changed at all. Like, you know what I mean? I feel like they're still like the same. They're operating the same way. Oh, Ioane just fell to us. Yeah, we'll just take him. Like, we're not going to worry about it. Like they do this. So, yeah, I mean, he's not. I think he's got a decently high ceiling. I think he's got a good athletic profile. I think he is a consistent player that's not going to jump off the page. But if you're looking for a consistent edge defender that can set the edge, that's a big thing.
Interestingly enough, and I believe that this is honestly just a typo, I did have Derek Moore in my list of people I wanted the Rams to draft in tier 1, but he should have been in tier 3. But I just want to point that out before anyone saw that. I just noticed that I did that earlier today.
Oh, gotcha. Where is it?
77 Matic, because I'm sick and I've been on steroids to try and get rid of my infection.
Thank you, Vic.
He's mad about my voice.
I'm going to tell Rob Manfred on you. He's going to test you, and you're going to be suspended for the rest of the MLB season.
I made a joke. I made a joke when I got prescribed the steroids. I was like, well, I can only cover the draft now, but I can't be drafted. Even though it's obviously like not that type of steroid. It's a prescription steroid.
I'm sure somehow someone did not like that you said that.
The steroid joke?
Yeah. I don't know.
Everything
I feel like
I could say the sky's blue. People get mad at me.
no, it's gray. Anyway, Vic, appreciate the broccoli. You guys are my favorite part of draft week. There you go, Alexis. There's some words of encouragement. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Blaze, Skills, Rudolph, thank you for the 2. What about Lane
Thank
for
you.
USC? Well, Alexis seems to think he's a third round talent. I think he goes probably early tomorrow.
We'll see. We shall see.
So Trotter off the board here to the Bucks, which makes sense because Levante David retired. I like the move for them. Old school thumper. I didn't think he was a fit for the Rams because if the Rams go after a linebacker, they're going to want a guy that can cover. And I think that's the one issue with Trotter. If Trotter could think about this. If Trotter could cover like at a really high clip and be one of the better coverage linebackers in the draft, Alexis, he's probably going top 15. He's got so many things that you like in a linebacker.
I know the Bucks take him and they got Reuben Bain in the first.
Yeah, I mean it's a smart move. The Bucks are having a great draft. Yeah, I mean I know you really liked him.
I did like Josiah Trotter. I thought he would have been a good fit, with the Rams. He was in my tier 1. But you know what, guys? We move.
Yeah,
We
so
move.
now let's see.
I'm gonna go look at the rounds and the picks.
They just announced that there is a Brazil Rio game. Ravens Cowboys week 3, September 27th. Just announced. I don't know if I've ever seen that. They announced that game before the scheduled release. Have you seen that before? I have never seen that.
Hold on, I'm looking it up. I didn't see it. Or I guess you could just repeat it. Who's playing?
It's the Ravens Cowboys in Brazil, September 27th.
It's funny because I didn't think either of them, when they release kind of the what's the word? Um Not the futures, but when the international, they assign all these countries their own team, right? The markets.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the international market? There's a word for it.
Yeah.
Um I don't think I didn't remember the Cowboys or the Ravens being Brazil.
Yeah, I don't know. I
One
think
of
it's the
them
most
obviously must
bizarre
have been.
time ever to drop that. Like that, just wild news.
That is really interesting. I wonder if it's because, I mean, the Ravens just made a pick, but like, yeah, that is weird to announce it. Also, you guys have to keep in mind, Jake and I don't have on the big like festivities.
Yeah, no,
So it
we
could
have
have
no
been
idea.
it could have been part of like, for all we know, they came out on stage and they're doing like a video feature and they're like it could have been a big announcement type deal.
They were
I'm
just like,
assuming.
that's a weird
And we're
timing, and
just
everyone's
like,
watching it on their TV. Like, what are they talking about?
why would they do that? As there's probably like fireworks going off or something at the draft and they're announcing it. And we're just like, what?
Edwin, thank you for the broccoli. Sneed used all the good grace he had built up with the fan base, so he better hit one out of the park. I'm hoping we get Zachariah Branch, former USC. I love you, Edwin, but I would be upset. I'm over the smaller stature receiver, and Alexis Tavon Austin's announcing the pick. It's literally set up for this, so I'm actually concerned.
I think after the way that the Rams mishandled Atwell.
Exactly.
By the way, the Colts have traded back with the Steelers, so the Steelers, I think, are on the clock now. Well, guys, the Steelers are on the clock.
Let's see.
They traded up too. This is gonna be like Garrett Nussmeier. You know what? No, this is gonna be Drew Aller.
So who's here? What year is it? I'm all out of words. Somebody traded up. Is that what you're saying?
The
Oh, the
Steelers
Steelers
just
trade
traded
up. That's right.
I think it's gonna be Drew Aller.
If this is Aller, I swear to God. I mean, I'll be happy
Aller.
for them. Honestly, you know who it should be? Pregnon. Such a good fit for them. They need a guard. They lost, what's his
No, they
face?
took a guard, didn't they? Took a guard in the first round, didn't they?
No, they took a tackle. They took Max.
Oh, you're right.
I mean, I would personally take Pregnon, but
It's Jeremy Bernard.
are you
So
kidding me?
you know what? That's fine because I really, as much as I was like, oh, it'd be fun to pair him, remember, with Simpson, I don't actually, I wasn't that high in Bernard. So
I
I'm fine
was.
with, I wasn't. I'm fine with the Steelers taking him. But it makes sense for them.
Yeah.
Um,
No, I Jeremy Bernard is a lot of fun. If you love just football in general, if you're like a fantasy football fan but you don't really love football, he's gonna bore the hell out of you. Like he's not like super excited. If you like the boring stuff like I do and some other people do, Jeremy Bernard is your cup of tea. I mean, the way I compared him to Pierre Garçon with a splash of Jacoby Myers. I see savviness. I see violence, but you know, the violence of Pierre Garçon, the savviness of Jacoby Myers, but the blocking effort, the yards after the catch, the route running ability, I called him the least sexy receiving prospect. And I mean, draft Twitter called him boring, but this is the type of guy that's going to last 10 years and he's going to have a really good career in this league. So yeah.
well, they needed it. They needed a receiver, right? Like, I think if you're looking at what the Steelers, and it's just interesting though, again, because their defense was like so not good.
Yeah, that's true. And it's funny, I
So
would have gone
like,
with Pregnon, so I don't know.
um,
Yeah. Where were we at? Oh, Deontay Smith. Just joining the stream. Thank you for the broccoli. Any word on why Jermon McCoy fell out of the first? Medicals didn't come back promising. So from what I was gathering is it sounded like he had like a degenerative knee and there was some other stuff going on. Not anything off
yeah,
the field, just all medical.
medical.
So yeah, I mean, I called him before the draft, the Todd Gurley of the draft, where if you just get this guy, I mean, people will disagree with me. Mansour Delane went, top 6? I think Jermon McCoy had the best tape of any corner. If you look at his 2024 tape, he was outstanding. And you look at the athleticism, the ball skills, all of that. But I understand why people are a little scared, or very scared. So we'll see how far this fall goes. I actually don't anticipate the Rams drafting him. I think this guy might fall for a while. So, yeah, it's a bummer, but appreciate you, Deontay. Excuse me, Deontay. And Daniel coming in with another broccoli. How soon in a player's college career do you wait to start scouting them and breaking down for drafts? I don't get into the draft until January, February. And then I just ask Alexis. I do very unhealthy habits of staying up till 3 a.m. watching tape. I don't recommend it. It's not for the faint of heart, literally.
Yeah.
Those of you
I
that
mean,
you know, but yeah, that's what I do. What about you,
I
Alexis?
I also wait till the off season. I used to start so much earlier, but my schedule now, and I know like you as well, it's just like impossible to like
Yeah.
find time. So I basically also wait. And I mean, there's players I'm familiar with. You know, I'm a Notre Dame fan, right? So like I watch a lot of Notre Dame. So with their players and then whoever they play, like I have some type of general knowledge. about certain guys throughout the years. But I don't really like look into it until the off season. And guys, it sounds like, yep, Clemson corner Avion Terrell went to the Falcons.
Yeah, he fits what they do, and now he's going to play with his brother. So
You're right.
AJ Terrell
I
and
love
Avion Terrell
that.
in this. Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
That is cool.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I
like
didn't
those
even think Avion
connections.
Terrell would be there, but I also had him ranked lower than some of the corners that are still there, so that doesn't really move me for the Rams. As far as the Falcons, I think, see, Avion Terrell is very similar to what I saw in Trent McDuffie. You could blitz him, right? Really good, quick downhill trigger. I think that's somebody, if the Rams didn't trade for Trent McDuffie, they might have been more interested in. But
I'm trying to pull up. I really should save my tier. I have got that tier list I did on um, Twitter, but I'm going to save it somewhere else so I don't have to keep opening it. Because I had Terrell on my tier one, and I want to update this as we go. Um,
okay, let's see. Deb, thank you for the tangerine. Thanks
Thank you,
again for doing
Deb.
this. Baseball is on, so I'm watching the draft through you. Alexis, I hope you start feeling better soon. I hope the Rams draft
Thank
someone we
you.
want. I love that last part. I hope the Rams draft somebody we want. That's a good
Thank
point.
you. And
Yes,
good
thank you, Deb.
point. Appreciate it. I'm updating my list right now so that way I know who to look for and who to not.
And then we
Josiah
got
Trotter's gone.
a Wild Man Samurai coming in with the lemon.
Thank you.
Too soon, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm legit concerned about Jake's blood pressure tonight. If the Rams screw this up too, oh, let me sneak this in. Go Yankees. Hell yeah. You two are awesome. I always look forward to this show every year. We really
Thank
appreciate you,
you.
Wild Man Samurai. By the way, after we finished our show, I had to take a little bit of a breather. And then Gary and I went live on Yankees Unloaded. Wild Man Samurai was there too. So that is
Amazing.
that's an
You had a
OG
Jake night.
supporter. Yeah, it was a very late night. Yes, I literally, like I said, I didn't get to bed until 7 a.m. I'm proud of myself that I literally knew on the fly. When you said the Falcons, I was just like, oh, brothers. Because I'm the one that's like, oh, like I actually knew right away. It was like a achievement unlocked type thing.
Well, guys, the Vikings are on the clock, and then it's the Jets, then it's the Panthers, then it's the Packers. So we're currently at pick 49. The Rams are at pick 61. Um, Jake, looking at who's left, who I like. I don't know. I think if you're trading up, the options that make sense are Chris Bell,
I would
D'Angelo
definitely,
Ponds.
yeah.
If Jermard McCoy, the question though is, and by the way, it sounds like the Panthers just traded up, but I think the
Oh
question
boy,
with the
they
thing with
they they're looking receiver. Who'd they take? They took Monroe Freeling. Oh yeah, this might be Eli Stowers, or this is a receiver.
I could see it being Chris Brazell,
I mean, by all means, I don't think Brazel fits the Rams at all.
Brazel. But if I'm trading up, guys, so if I'm the Rams and I'm at 61 and now they're gonna be at pick 50, right? I'm looking at Chris Bell. I'm looking at D'Angelo Ponds. If the medicals are somewhat promising, maybe you're taking that risk on Jamar McCoy, but I don't see the Rams doing that because of what they did in round one. I don't think you take the guy that you're not going to play and then take the risky pick of McCoy. It could be maybe like an Antonio Williams. I don't know that I would do that. Maybe Elijah Surratt. Oh wait, no, is Elijah Surratt gone? I'm
No, he's still
blanking.
there.
Oh, he's still there. I don't know that you trade up for Kevin Coleman. I think he's probably there. Um, Malachi Fields, I don't think you have to trade up for. Brandon Sissy, did he
Cisse?
go? Cisse, did he go? Why do
I
I
think
feel
he's
like he
still
went?
there. Yeah, he's still there. He was in a super chat. That's why we said his name.
Okay, I remember us saying his name.
Yeah.
So the pick is in for the Panthers. What if it's like Branch?
I would honestly like that. That would be a first for them. Every receiver that they have is over 6'3", including our guy Jalen Coker.
So then maybe Branch makes sense for them.
I mean, based
I
on
would
the
like it because I don't want
trend,
I don't want the Rams. It's Lee Hunter, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M.
by all means, you take all the defensive linemen you want. But no, Lee Hunter is a good player, so it's not me knocking Lee Hunter. It's just, obviously I'm hoping some receivers fall. I think I really have, I've decided at this point in the draft, I want Chris Bell. I don't know
Me
how
too.
much of a contributor he's going to be this year, although they said he's ahead of schedule with the ACL. So that's a good sign. But the thing about him is that it's the yards after the catch for me, right? It's the explosion. I had a second round grade on him. He's the best receiver available on my board. I have him. Then I have, Jeremy Bernard went. So the next best available receiver would be Kevin Coleman Jr. and Elijah Surratt. Then Ted Hurst. Stribling's already gone. Like, I don't know. That's how I'm looking at it. Like, I personally think Bell and Pons are my two I want picks right now.
That's where I'm at. Looking at my list, Chris Bell and D'Angelo Pons are my top two choices.
But I won't pick Bell in the shadow draft because we already took a receiver. So.
Wait, but you didn't.
Yeah, I did. I took Omar Cooper Jr.
Oh, right. Yeah, in my shadow draft, I'm going to take Pons. If he's
Yeah,
there.
I'm definitely going to take Pons if he's there. It's not a guarantee he'll be there.
Now,
He's a really
Kyle,
good player.
An interesting pick also, Kyle Lewis.
I love Kyle Lewis, but I
So
think
I
he's
would
a
take
third
him.
rounder.
I would
But-
take him at 61 if the board falls that way, though, because there's no other linebacker that I'm like Anthony Hill. I would take.
Christian Gonzalez on Twitter's like Pons over McCoy. McCoy's my number one corner in the draft, but I guess my concern is if the medicals are this bad, I just think I've seen this movie before. Like he's just going to continue to fall. So
He's too good to have not gone by now unless there was a serious issue. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
well, exactly.
So that is concerning. And I know that people are like, oh, the Rams should take a chance on him. I just think after you take someone in the first round who you openly are talking about, you're comfortable not playing for a really long time. You don't then take a guy who's as big of a risk as McCoy in the second. I think you got to be a little bit more surefire. So
I think that's definitely fair.
I don't see it, but
Stranger things have happened though.
that is true. Someone asked, what position is CJ Allen? He's a linebacker.
So the Jets already took a receiver, a tight end, and David Bailey. So
I think that they take. Listen, they need a Sauce Gardner replacement.
that's true.
They could take the risk on McCoy here. They could.
I think if they don't get
Pons would make so much
McCoy,
sense.
I
Pons
think
would make so much sense, actually.
Pons.
Yeah, for the Jets right here, you don't think?
I don't really think so because I think you want more length, right, on the outside. Probably Keith Abney, if I'm being honest. It's probably something the Jets would do. I mean, I think they should probably just take the best player available, which would be Jermon McCoy. If the medicals work out, then fine. If it doesn't, well, but I don't know. Not sure what to make out of him at this point. Jets are killing the draft, though. They're doing a great job. They deserve a lot of credit.
think it might be pawns. Hold on.
Tell me not.
Hold on.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it looks like it's D'Angelo Pawns for the New York Jets. Um, I haven't actually seen an official account, but I see a ton of people saying it right now, so I don't know why so many people would lie. Um, so guys, the account that I try, yeah, it is D'Angelo Pawns. That was again, it made sense. They went Cooper. Um, Now they've got Pawns. You know, they needed to fill that role for after losing Sauce Gardner. I know, like you said, he doesn't have maybe that length. Jake, so funny. There's a massive spider on my floor right now that I just saw.
There's
And
no
if
way.
there is, and if you guys watched the stream last night, Jake was being like hunted for sport by a massive spider. And now there's one here. There's an energy, Jake. There's something going on.
I don't
They're
know where it is, by the
messengers.
way. So it jumped off
It came to my
during.
house.
It must have. It jumped off during Yankees Unloaded last night, and I was just like, no, I don't want to be here. And I just had to keep podcasting, so like I kept looking around. Gary was probably like, "What are you doing?" And yeah, I haven't seen it since. So hopefully, it just died somewhere. Well, actually, it flew. It took the red eye to your area, your neck of the woods in Chicago, and was just like,
Yep.
let's terrorize Alexis.
We're on a list, I guess. The other dream is dead. The
Yeah,
dream is dead.
I hate that they like look, the Jets, they're killing this draft. This is
Yeah.
probably my favorite draft class. This is all my guys. You're telling me you get David Bailey, my number one pass rusher, my second overall wide receiver, my number one tight end, and my third overall cornerback. I'm sick. The Jets are absolutely slaying this draft. The Jets are having that draft where like people tell you that's not a realistic mock draft, and then someone goes and actually does it. It's like, how do you feel now?
The Jets are playing Madden, and
Yeah, I
we're all
mean it's
watching.
ridiculous.
Um, so the Jets took D'Angelo Pawns, which I got to remove from my list now. So the Vikings, Packers, Colts, Eagles. Man, oh, it hurts taking D'Angelo Pawns off this list,
The
guys.
Jets have been listening to Jake. Jets are watching me. Oh well.
Um, what do you think the Vikings do here?
I'm trying to get my bearings after that.
Jake needs to recover.
He's the perfect fit for the
I
Rams.
know.
It's so
I know. I wanted him
obnoxious,
to.
man.
I know, but like there was just
Oh,
something in my gut. My gut. That's why I said it because I was like, you took Omar Cooper. You're familiar with Indiana. It just felt you got to
he's
replace Sauce Gardner. It just made too much sense.
he's so
But
good. Like
I know.
I compared him to Darius Williams fused with Amik Robertson. Like he's got the fire of Amik Robertson that's gonna like knock your head off. Plays way above his weight class, but he also has the ball skills of Darius Williams, especially early on in his career. 43 and a half vert. That's how he plays on the outside. People are like, he can't play on the outside. He's 5'8". I don't give a rippity doodah what you think. He runs a 4.31 and he jumps over the moon. He can absolutely play on the outside. Watch him completely shut down Denzel Boston and tell me he can't play on the outside. He absolutely can. He's got legitimate inside-outside versatility. I mean, the Jets are absolutely crushing this draft.
Yeah, I mean the Jets are, in my opinion, and I think yours as well, having the best draft by far.
Yeah.
Out of any of the teams. So I know that the Vikings are up right now, but what's interesting to me is to see what the Packers do after this. The Packers, if you guys didn't hear, extended Jaden Reed to
That
like a
was
three
interesting.
year big, I'm forgetting the number, but a pretty big contract for 3 years. So they've, in my mind, I don't think they're going receiver. You've got Jaden Reed, Christian Watson, who has been a little up and down, but I think they're fine with him. You've got Matthew Golden, right, that you took in the first round. You've got Tucker Kraft, Luke Musgrave. You're kind of set at tight end. I don't really see them taking an offensive weapon. Don't really need a running back. I feel like the Packers would go defense. I could see them taking the risk on McCoy.
It's going to be a team with a lot of picks, to be honest with you. The team that I've identified as a team that could take a risk on McCoy because they're afraid, like, okay, he's not going to continue to drop. The Bears, they have 2 second-round picks. So I'm kind of looking at them right now.
The Minnesota Vikings took linebacker Jake Galladay out of Cincinnati, who I would have liked for the Rams, and the Rams had interest in.
He's a stud.
Good for Minnesota.
Yeah. The thing, all right, so Jake Galladay, here's the thing, right? I hated the way Cincinnati played him. Like, okay, you're an inside linebacker, but we're going to use you in the star role. Like, he was covering slot receivers. It was ridiculous the way they played him. It's also a nod to how athletic he is. So I saw him as somebody that had the size, the athleticism. He could be a game changer for a defense, but he still needs to, like, develop because they basically played him in the nickel. And so he's not like a true inside linebacker yet. He's not like ready day one. So I don't know how they're going to use him, but I can tell you the guy can rush the passer. He can tackle, and he got a lot better in coverage. So we'll see what ends up happening. I think the biggest thing with him is that slot coverage experience, which is, again, Alexis, stupid, right? Just dumb. But you know what it reminds me of? Remember I was obsessed with Will McDonald IV? Obsessed. Yeah. Do you remember why I got so mad at Iowa State, the way they were playing him? Do you remember what they were doing?
What was that?
They were basically playing him at, like, nose tackle. It was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Dude's like 250 pounds going up. But this is my pushback, right? It's dumb, but now I know he can do it. So, like, when I use him the right way, he also has that in his bag. He has that in his arsenal, right? So, yeah, I personally, I think Galladay is going to be a very good coverage linebacker because of his experience playing in the nickel.
Savon, yes, it's a Saturday draft tradition, the pizza. So the pizza will be coming tomorrow. Trust. Yeah. The pick is in for the Packers. I don't know what it is yet. There's actually been some people in the chat, Jake, that have been ahead of us.
Probably because I keep forgetting to update the ticker because it's like I'm doing all these different things. Trying to play analyst and do the tickers, not easy.
After the Packers pick, it's then the Colts, Eagles, Chargers, Jaguars. So we're at pick 52. The Rams pick at 61, so we're 9 away. And the Packers took Brandon Sissy, the cornerback out of South Carolina. So he goes before Jermon McCoy. Jake, Jermon McCoy must have not had good reports come out about that knee because nobody is interested, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a concern. You don't really know, but it's a cause for concern, and I hope he ends up getting drafted and he stays healthy throughout his career because he is such a talent, man.
So for the shadow draft, we really couldn't go receiver again?
I mean, if you want to draft another receiver, you can, but the whole point of the shadow draft is that it's just a mock draft based on what you've already done.
That's true.
So, yeah, I would... let's talk about that because, so in my shadow draft, right, I am obviously looking at Jermon McCoy. I'm looking...
I know what I'm doing.
I'm looking at Pregnon here. This is, some good depth because I've already gotten Omar Cooper Jr. I got my wide receiver 3. I don't feel like the Rams have tons of positional needs, but I like Yeah, I mean, I would take McCoy right now.
I'm taking Kyle Lewis.
It's early, but I mean, hey, I love Kyle Lewis, so.
Well, you got the Colts, Eagles, Chargers, Jags. Very curious. Now the Colts, this is their first pick in the draft, right? Yeah, because they gave up their first with the Sauce Gardner trade.
Yeah, they're finally picking. They actually traded down.
Yeah.
I have a feeling they might be a little bit of a pest here for the Rams because I think wide receivers on their radar.
I could see them taking Surratt.
Um,
Staying in Indiana.
no, I see it. Well, I guess they could take a big slot receiver. Right now, it's Pierce, Josh Downs, and Ashton Doolin. They're taking a receiver. Oh God, they're gonna take Chris Bell. There's no way they're gonna take Brazel, who's similar to Alec Pierce. There's just no way. They're gonna take Chris Bell, who's different, and I'm gonna hate it. I liked Cisse a lot. I think, by the way, I think that guy has a lot of potential. Still, he's one of the younger players in the draft, by the way. Explosive, twitchy. I don't think he's quite where he needs to be like a day one starter. I liked him initially, like when I first like started watching, I was like, oh, but yeah, I definitely see there's going to be a learning curve there. But this is somebody that we're talking about in like 4 or 5 years could end up being like one of the better corners. His potential is crazy. So, yeah.
I am really curious what Indiana does here. I do think it's going to be a receiver. I feel like it's going to be Surratt or Bell. I don't know. Out of both of them, I would rather it probably be Surratt because I think I like Chris Bell a little bit better for the Rams. So I don't
Yeah,
really
I
want
want
him
Chris
coming off
Bell.
the board. Um, well, I'm seeing the Eagles pick. I
What?
think. How do we see an Eagles pick? This guy must just be projecting because I haven't seen Indiana's pick. Um,
Yeah, I see the Eagles took Stowers.
yeah. So who did Indiana take? Unless, did you see that from Andrew?
No, I saw it on Twitter.
Yeah, but from Andrew on Twitter? Because I'm
No.
wondering if that's somebody just projecting. 'Cause I've not seen Indiana's pick come in. Oh, Indiana took CJ Allen, the linebacker. Okay. And the Eagles
That's a
took
great pick.
Eli Stowers. So I got to take CJ Allen off my board. I had him in my tier two for the Rams. Man. So that means the Chargers are on the clock. And then the Jaguars, the Chicago Bears, and the 49ers. So a division rival is coming up soon. They already took a receiver. I don't think they take two in the second round. If they do, someone's getting traded on that team at receiver.
So the Chargers are on the clock.
Yeah.
Okay. Trying to follow everything that's going on. Yeah, I mean,
Very interesting.
I think Stowers was really in play for the Rams there. I think Stowers, by the way, is a really, really good athlete. He can't block. So, in my opinion, the mismatch that you're looking at, he's a receiver, but he's not really that refined as a receiver. So,
The Chargers traded back with the Patriots. Interesting. So the Patriots are on the clock. So here's the thing. Receiver feels in play, but the worst kept secret in the league is that they really want AJ Brown. Do they do both? I don't think you do both. You've got some, I don't know. You lost Diggs. Chris Bell feels like he'd make a lot of sense here for Patriots, if I'm being honest.
Brian Westbrook announced the pick for the Eagles. He was one of my favorite players growing up.
The Patriots selected defensive end I think it's pronounced Jacas.
I think
from
it's
Illinois.
Gabe Yakis.
Yakis. I honestly was not as familiar with him.
Jacas, like jackass.
Well, I was.
I
wasn't sure. I didn't know who that was, but I've seen him on some boards. I feel like the Patriots historically are pretty good at finding those like smaller school. Not that Illinois is a smaller school, but
yeah, Midwestern
school guys. Okay, so it wasn't a receiver.
So on day one, Malachi Lawrence and Caleb Downs, Chach, I give you guys an A+. I mean, thank you for the super, by the way. Caleb Downs, you got at 11. So you got a blue chip prospect outside the top 10. And you got Malachi Lawrence, who I think is the third best edge defender, who was drafted after Akeem Mesidor. Like, I love what the Cowboys did. You should be very happy with what the Cowboys did, in my opinion. And then, did they do anything today? Or is it just first? Yeah, okay. So it was just the first round so far. But yeah, killer first round. Like, I thought they did an outstanding job. Oh, and what is it? They also got, what's his face for... I don't remember what I was going to say, but anyway. Yeah, Chach, great stuff from the Cowboys.
And guys, real quick, so it's the Jaguars, the Bears, the 49ers, the Texans, the Bears again, and then the Rams. So, Jake, we're getting near this Rams pick. How many people we got in here right now?
We have 1,600 plus people.
Here we go. And I'm popping cough drops like candy. I apologize.
Hey, it happens.
Need it. But
does Papa Don know Gabe Yakis at all?
Probably.
Yeah.
For those, my grandpa is an Illinois fan, so he would know, and I'll get the intel from him. But Jake, now we're getting close to the Rams pick, right? Either they trade up or maybe they move back or whatever they do. They're technically at 61. A lot of people are saying they're going to take Drew Aller out of Penn and just really throw a wrench in things. Who are you looking at, Jake? Because I feel like we're close enough to the pick now to start. There's only 6 players before our pick. So if the Rams stay and pick at 61, who are you eyeing?
Let's see. I mean, I'm eyeing Chris Bell. I'm eyeing McCoy if the medicals work out there. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Pregnon. Yeah, those are the guys that I'm really in on. Elijah Surratt, I'd be totally fine with.
Chris Bell is my number one guy right now. I like Kyle Lewis. I like Anthony Hill Jr. at linebacker, even though that's maybe not what people are kind of thinking positionally. Honestly, I like Kevin Coleman a lot. This would be early for him, but wouldn't be mad if they took Kevin Coleman Jr. Wouldn't be mad if they took Elijah Surratt. I like Malachi Fields, but I'm also higher in Malachi Fields than some other people. Um, if they took like Caleb Tiernan, offensive tackle out of Northwestern, wouldn't be mad about that. Um, McCoy is I just don't I'm scared. Um,
I'm scared.
I'm scared of why he's falling.
Yeah, I would probably. Ooh.
I will say the people that we do get picks from do feel behind today. And I get
They
it, there's a
definitely
lot
got a
going on.
talking to.
It happens every year. People find out in the NFL and they put the kibosh down and then it gets slower. Um, I wonder what the Jaguars do here, Jake.
Yeah, that should be interesting.
The Vikings are trading linebacker Jonathan Grenard to the Philadelphia Eagles in exchange for a third round pick tonight and a third round pick next year. Grenard and the Eagles reached an agreement on a 4-year, $100 million extension that includes $50 million fully guaranteed.
Why does
What?
everyone want to make the Eagles good? I don't understand.
What?
I'll never understand why everyone's like, I want to make the Eagles a good team. I'll never. They get traded with all the time. I literally do not get
What?
it. I don't get it.
I am shooketh.
I mean, doesn't surprise me. Like everyone's like, oh, let's trade with the Eagles. They're not good enough yet. Let's just keep making them better.
What?
It's
That's all I
unreal.
can say. My voice is starting to go.
No.
Jake, this would happen before the Rams pick, by the way. I would be barely hanging on in the Rams picks coming up, and my vocal cords are like, guess what? So I am
I'm the
gonna.
captain of the ship now.
They're punishing me. Okay, guys. So that's a really big trade that the Eagles just engaged with the Vikings, and meanwhile, the Jaguars are on the clock. Um, and I have not seen that pick come in. So I still can't get over that Eagles trade. What? That isn't even. Why does it feel like the Eagles always go after linebackers and edge rushers? You notice that? It's like they have so many. It's like they hoard them.
Yeah.
Ooh, we're getting close. We're getting close, Rams fans. I know that there's a.
It's not what you want. The Eagles getting better.
No, I mean the Eagles have in recent years kind of become like de facto rivals of the Rams.
Yep.
What's crazy about that trade, not to keep bringing up the Eagles and Vikings trade, is they not only made the trade, they already got the extension done. So that's been in the works. Like he's already signed a $100 million extension
That's
with the
crazy.
Eagles. Okay, the Jaguars took Texas A&M tight end and Jake, I think it's Nate Borkircher.
That's early. What?
Yeah, that is I looked at a lot of the like first 4 round tight ends and am not familiar. So that does feel early based on.
Yeah, that's wow, that's early. It's very early. Um,
Well, that doesn't feel like someone the Rams would have targeted, so that I know of. Just because his
that's-
name hasn't been in the ether at all. But the Bears, the 49ers, the Texans, the Bears again, and then us, guys. So we're at pick 57 now. The Bears are on
Yay,
the
I'm so
clock.
glad the 49ers pick before the Rams again.
Unless they trade back.
They should take Chris Bell just to like, because like, why not at this point? Let's just collect all the receivers.
I mean, Chris Bell is who you and I both want. So we got, we need him to survive 5 more picks. And then we need the Rams to actually pick him too, as well. There's 2 parts to this process. It's one, we need somebody else to not take Chris Bell, and then we need the Rams to actually take him. If that can happen, we're golden. Rams fans, are you getting nervous yet? Jake, someone's asking you your thoughts on McNeil Warren.
Um, I think he's an absolute baller. I mean, Emmanuel McNeil Warren has just a nose for the football. He's going to force turnovers. Really good athlete. Like I was saying earlier, like he played at Toledo, so he's not on everybody's radar, but he's an absolute stud. I mean, he's got the crazy size speed combination. You're looking at him at around 6'3", 213, and runs in like the 4.5s, which I think that kind of turns some people off because now everybody's obsessed with people running 4.3s. But he is fun to watch. Really good ball skills, but it's really just how like his timing with the punch. Like imagine having the peanut punch of him and Landman on the same field. I mean, this dude punches everything out.
You know who feels like a Bears pick right here?
I mean, Emmanuel McNeil Warren sounds like a Bears pick, and so does
Yeah,
Jermon
they already took
McCoy.
a safety, but they could, yeah. Well, Jamar McCoy, but also like Elijah Surratt.
Really? I don't really see that.
I don't see the pick is in. Maybe they do double dip at safety. How many people we got? Let's get live. How many people are in the chat?
We have almost 2,000.
Let's go.
Hell yeah. Let's catch up on some supers here.
Let's catch up on supers.
Matt Chu, thank you for the Baja.
Thank you.
Be stoked if the Rams drafted Malachi Fields. That's one of your guys.
That's who I like. I think he'll be there in the third though. Personally, like I don't know that they would need to take him at 61. But the Bears took center Logan Jones
Best center in the draft.
out of Iowa. So this is interesting, Jake, because they traded for Drew Dahlman, right? Or
No, Drew Dahlman retired.
no, Drew Dahlman retired and they traded
Yeah.
for Garrett Bradbury.
Yeah, but
So-
this makes sense though, because I mean Bradbury can
Yeah.
play 3 interior spots, and I believe Logan Jones could also do that as well. But
It's a good pick.
you just get the best players on your board at this point, and I think that's just one of the better players on their board in all likelihood.
And guys, that means the San Francisco 49ers are up.
Awesome.
So, if I wanted to get the Notre Dame trifecta, Jake, because my Notre Dame running backs went to the Cardinals and the Seahawks. They could just take Malachi Fields it would be early for Malachi Fields, but it would be hilarious if that is what had happened tonight.
If they want to take Malachi Fields, by all means. Although Matt Chu would not like that. Bo Bowen basically saying, get ready to learn Caleb Tiernan. Appreciate the broccoli there. Caleb Tiernan wouldn't piss me off, but it would be very underwhelming, I would say.
I like Tiernan.
I like him when you've already drafted somebody to help you in 2026. I don't love him when he's the first pick that's going to. Yeah, I think you get what I'm saying. Alex, Double X Alex, thank you for the broccoli. Alexa's voice is so crispy. Yeah. Perfect opportunity to have Alexis announce the sponsor for today's stream. You got this, AK. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I should be talking less because what's happening is the more I talk, the more my voice goes out.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, being sick is a trip. I've been sick for too long, and it's only been like 2.5 days, but that's too long. By the way, guys, the 49ers traded back. The 49ers traded out of pick 58 with
who is trading
Browns. Up? The Browns.
Oh, are they going to take another receiver? They don't have enough?
Yeah.
Like
no. This isn't going to be a receiver. There's no way. They already took 2.
No, I think this might be McCoy.
This could be McCoy. Why not? Feels like a very Browns pick, like a risk that they would be willing to take. The good news is I don't think it's going to be Chris Bell, because that's who I want and who I know you want as well. I don't foresee them trading up for another receiver.
I don't know why I'm not ruling it out. I literally wouldn't be shocked that Brown's like Chris Bell. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? It would not shock me.
It sounds like it's Emmanuel McWarren. If the chat
Emmanuel McNeil Warren?
Yeah. If the chat isn't leading us astray.
"30 and a wake up" says Jay Glazer reporting Rams select Drew Aller to stay on Sports Talks News for another day.
Thank you for the super.
Thank you, 30 and a wake up. Appreciate you.
Wait, people are saying EMW is a Texan. No, he's got guys. Who is the Browns pick? The Browns are up and then the Texans. Is this another situation where we've skipped? Who did EMW go to?
I don't see anything here.
I don't either, but the chat is saying he's to the Browns and to the Texans. The Browns took him. ID 89 is always right. And he's saying it's the Browns. So it sounds like the Browns took...
ID 89 works for the NFL or the CIA. I can't decide.
So I've confirmed now that the Browns did take Emmanuel McNeil Warren, safety out of Toledo. So
okay.
He stays in Ohio. So now you've got the Texans, the Bears, and then the Rams. Guys... Drake's the GOAT said that he had EMW, so he's also been on the picks. Jake, I don't feel nervous for pick 61. There's a part of me, and I don't think the Rams should do this, that won't be shocked if they trade back. I don't think they should. I think that if he's there, you got to take Chris Bell. I think you could take Elijah Surratt.
I do have a feeling, though, that they're going to trade back.
I kind of feel like with the way that the draft is falling, and I think it's significant that the Rams don't pick in rounds 4 and 5.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, guys, the Rams love 5th-round picks, and they're good at 5th-round picks. And this is a year they don't have it.
Titans just traded to the pick ahead of the Rams.
Interesting. Well, they took Carnell Tate. Did the Bears also trade guys? I'm so
Comments
confused.
make me laugh. I'm just saying.
The Titans traded with the Bears.
Yes. So the Titans trade up to pick 50, pick 60, and the Bears trade back to 69 and get 144. Yeah, I mean, there's an argument. The Rams could very
Okay,
well.
this is so interesting, guys. The Texans, sorry to interrupt you, Jake.
Yeah.
The Texans took Michigan tight end Marlon Klein.
That's
I'm not familiar with Marlon Klein, but apparently he's a German-born prospect who has only had 12 starts. And so he has limited experience. This is from Twitter. That's not my wording. It's from Ari on Twitter. Interesting. Okay. So that's what the Texans did. The Titans are taking linebacker Anthony Hill, one pick before the Rams. Interesting. So the Rams are now on the clock, guys. The Los Angeles Rams are on the clock. Anthony Hill was someone who I would have liked for them to potentially take. He's not my top choice, but I'm going to remove him from my list.
yeah.
Jake, I really would like Chris Bell. I think Chris Bell would be so great for the Rams here.
I'm gonna go for my. All right. So you're doing. Who are you going with for the shadow draft?
So in the shadow draft, because I did a receiver in the first round to stay true to the game, I'm going to say Kyle Lewis, the linebacker out of Pittsburgh, because I do think the Rams could also take him here as well.
I'm going. I don't care because I mean this is just shadow draft, right? I don't have to get fired for this decision.
Are you changing the rules?
No.
You were.
No, I'm about to. I'm not picking a wide receiver. I'm picking Jermod McCoy.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I'm picking Jermod McCoy here. He's the best corner in the draft.
That's true. And let me say,
I mean, I don't know about the medicals, but I mean, yeah, give me McCoy.
I wouldn't be mad at McCoy.
But I want Chris Bell. But I mean,
Yeah.
for my shadow draft, because my shadow draft, I took Omar Cooper Jr. at 13. I would take McCoy here.
Yeah.
It's funny. Both Jermon McCoy and Chris Bell, ACL stuff going on there. So they could end up falling a little
Very
bit further.
I mean, who would be like a wild card here? I'm like trying to think of Caleb Tiernan, offensive tackle, maybe. Elijah Surratt, Antonio Williams, receivers, Kevin Coleman Jr. I like a lot. I just don't think that he's gonna go this early. You and I both like Pregnon, the guard out of Oregon.
Yeah.
Would be a good pick.
I mean, he'd be a really good pick.
You know, I think they're going to stay away from like Brennan Thompson, even though we know they reportedly met with him and liked him. I just don't think they're going after that type of receiver. I don't know, guys. Chat. Everyone in the chat, drop your predictions. The Rams are still on the clock from what I can see. They haven't traded back, even though I wouldn't be surprised if they do trade back.
It wouldn't be a bad decision to trade back.
They could be trying to. My voice has hung on. Knock on wood.
I mean, I'm taking Bell or McCoy here.
Yeah,
but
me
if
too.
they trade back, I think they know that they can get Surratt by like moving down like 9 spots. I think they'll take him. Also, keep in mind, Davison Igbinosun, by the way, his assistant defensive backs coach at Ohio State is with the Rams now. So that might actually come into play here.
Yeah.
We already learned like connections based on the 13th pick.
Yeah.
So keeping the connections in mind.
Everyone in the chat is dropping their predictions right now, but now that they're on the clock, maybe we halt because someone's going to say who they picked and we're going to think you're just dropping a prediction and we're not going to know if you break the news. I'm refreshing too. They could trade back. The official Rams account just tweeted that they're on the clock.
So, who did you go with again in the shadow draft?
Kyle Lewis.
Oh, that's right.
Because I couldn't
love
go
Kyle
receiver
Lewis,
again. I do love Kyle Lewis too. If they took him, I wouldn't be mad at all. It might be a little early, but like I think
he feels
it's
like
fine.
a Ram pick to me. Like Kyle Lewis. Here's the thing about Lewis that I think people have wrong. He's the best coverage linebacker, but I don't think he can be a true linebacker in the NFL. That's exactly the type of fit. The Rams like moving pieces around, and he could play the star. He can, be the dime guy. Like you can move him all over the place.
Ohio State tight end Max Clare. Is that true, guys? Yeah. The Rams drafted Ohio State tight end Max Clare. Okay. So here's the thing about Max Clare. This is a little before where I had him going. So I thought he was a late second round guy. So in terms of value, this is a little early for me, but it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility. What is interesting to me, and I could tell by the look on Jake's face, he is furious. I'm a little bit, I don't dislike Max Clare. And I think for the value, this is so different than the Ty Simpson pick for me, because I think this is you're taking a guy around where he probably fits, but I think if you were gonna do the tight end thing, you should have just gone all out in the first round for a guy like Sadiq. I think that with a guy like Max here, it's a little bit confusing. And I want to pull up my notes on Max Clare because there's a lot of people in the chat right now who are saying, who is Max Clare? He's the tight end from Ohio State, so he played at a big school. Jake, I want to pull up some notes on him. Do you want to give your quick thoughts? I'm stunned, to be honest.
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, all right, so I'm going to take you through. I'm not happy about this pick because, again, it's one of those things I think you could have just traded down. This actually is not a Rams type of pick. Max Clare's not a great blocker, okay? So I'm just going to make that very clear. I'm actually stunned that they went after. He's not a good blocker at all.
Yeah.
He's a really, really good route runner. Really good. Like, remember I was talking about Eli. This is why I thought Eli Stowers could be in play. I felt like they were definitely going pass catcher here. So Max Clare, for a lot of people would say, this is about where he would go. I wasn't as high on him. I was high on Roush. I was high on Delp. I wasn't as high on him, but he's a guy that played at Purdue and Ohio State. And, he's somebody that has really good yards after the catch ability. He's really good as a route runner, and he's got a big catch radius. My thing here, right, is that he's 6'4", 246, and really, we didn't even get to see him run. I never got a 40 time out of him. So unless anybody has the 40 time, I have no idea what he ran. So I don't know if they plan on moving him to wide receiver, but I mean, he wasn't like he's a projected like 4.5 to 4.7 40 time.
I think he's too big to be like. I mean, he's a good receiving tight end, but I don't think you can move him to actual receiver. I mean, I don't know. He's 6'4". He's 246 pounds. He ran a 4.740. Doesn't
I
have
don't.
the best measurables is my question mark around him. He's a slot receiving tight end.
I just don't
Not a
like that
good
he. I mean, he's
blocker.
great route runner, right? But I
Yeah.
just don't like that he can't block.
He can't block. He's most often compared to like Cade Stover, if you guys remember him out of Ohio State, very similar. Some people compare him to like Elijah Ario out of Miami, which I think is a little bit of a reach, but um, it's it, uh, I think Max Clare is developmental, and this is my issue here. This is my issue here. And I like Max Clare. If you had taken Max at the end of the second or in the third round, I might not have had an issue with it, except for the fact that I don't my motivation going into the draft in terms of tight end, I need another cough drop, sorry, was if you were going to go tight end, the only way it really made sense to me is if you took the guy like Kenyon Sadiq in the first round and you really went for it, right?
Yeah.
So if you weren't going to do that, then I think you probably stay away from tight end. But I don't dislike Max Clare. I don't want this because, I know that people are like, there's the people that if you dare not like a draft pick, they will throw a temper tantrum about it. So
Hmm.
everyone should calm down. Um, I just think for need in the second round, when you had a guy like Chris Bell, Elijah Surratt, this doesn't make a ton of sense unless they really are truly planning on just using him as an occasional receiving piece because, as we talked about, he's not a good blocker, so you're not going to see him in there, which is surprising because, as we all know, the Rams want you to be able to block. They want you, they want everybody to be able to block. So for you to take somebody that's going to need to work on that is a little surprising. Um,
Yeah, I just think it's really confusing with who was
it's
there.
yeah, it's confusing.
And you're not picking in the fourth and fifth round. So like I just don't know why you wouldn't just trade down 9 spots, right? There are other tight ends there. This to me is like one of those Dalton Kincaid type of guy. By the way, they tried to trade up for Dalton Kincaid. I don't love this pick. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I I'm just
Here's
kind
the
of
thing.
I actually I don't like the pick, but I don't hate it. I'm really kind of struggling to understand. I understand, like, hear me out. I get the process. You're saying this is 13 personnel. This is what they're telling us, Alexis. They're telling us we're going to be heavy 13 personnel. We're higher on our receivers than you are, right? And basically, Max Clare is going to be a part. I've brought this up. This is why I thought Sadiq could be in play, because you have 5 tight ends now. You have 3 tight ends on the field at once in 13 personnel. So you need another tight end if you want to run 13. They just told us they're committing to 13 personnel, like committed. I think this is going to be a big staple for them in 2026. And yeah, that's my takeaway. I don't love the pick. I'm also a little shocked by it. It's not that he shouldn't go here. It's not that it's a reach. It's more so what they currently have. I felt like they should have traded back, and or they should have just drafted one of the, McCoy,
Well, guess who
Bell,
went
whatever.
right after? Guess who went right after him?
Bell.
To the Bills. No, the Bills traded up and took the corner from Ohio State.
Oh, Igbinosun.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought my voice was going to go out. Um, again, this is less about Max Clare and more about the fact that we took a quarterback in the first and a tight end in the second doesn't fill the holes that we really need filled, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know.
This entire draft, because again, based on what we know about Max Clare, this is a developmental type pick and all the knocks on him have kind of, I mean, you can't put him in there to block. Um, you've got four tight ends that you're using a lot. You get Terrence Ferguson. Um,
Yeah, I mean,
really confusing.
the
Really
pick
confusing.
having another tight end isn't really that big of an issue for me. I know some people are like 5 tight ends. Yes, you have 3 tight ends that are essentially starters or key role players if you're running 13 personnel. So adding another tight end actually makes sense. But this early on, and a guy that can't block doesn't fit the Rams style. It just doesn't. So they must feel really good about his blocking ability. Like they must feel like he was real. I didn't see it on tape, but they must feel really good about his ability in blocking and how he's improved and all of that to take him here. And I think this honestly tells me that, I think this honestly tells me that they probably would have taken Stowers. And I think Stowers got away and they ended up just like, yeah, that's that. I don't know. I'm not.
It's just not.
Immediate reaction is that I don't think the Rams have had a really good draft so far. I think they've just they're picking their guys. They know that they're playing with house money, or at least in their mind they are. And
people aren't gonna like this, but the way that the draft is falling reads like a team that feels really good with what they've got.
Yep. That's exactly it. And so maybe they're just like, all right, we don't even need to trade down, which I think I had that, right? Like I was saying, don't expect them to have a 7, 8, 9 player, draft class. But at the same time, I was expecting them to maybe trade down a little bit and maybe, go out and get I don't know. And they're probably going to try and convince us that Konate Mumfield is going to be great. And maybe he will. But I don't know.
I think that,
and there's a lot of people that seem to like this. I'll be honest, because I see people saying you don't watch college football. No, I actually hate college football. I hate it. I only watch draft, all 22. I don't watch college football because I don't like having preconceived biases, which is what we saw yesterday with Mekhi Lemon. People love Mekhi Lemon. They feel good about him. He makes them feel comfortable. And
by the way,
people watched him, right? I like clean slates, and so I don't watch college football now.
The Chargers took Jake Slaughter, center out of Florida, which is a good pick for them because they need to protect Justin.
Yeah. I mean, I had all the centers kind of going in late round 2, early round 3, so makes sense.
Here's the thing. The Max Clare pick isn't as absurd to me as the Ty Simpson pick by any means, and I don't think Jake is saying that either. I think it's more just positionally and value, and that's more the thing. And again, it doesn't really fit the Rams' identity because he's got a lot of stuff, things that he's not, he needs to block. And it is confusing if you're wanting to run 13 personnel and you take a guy that is known for not being a good blocker. But you can learn, Jake.
Back-to-back years taking tight ends in the second round. Max Clare off the board of the Rams at pick 61.
Do you think they trade a tight end they've got, or you think they roll with these 5?
They're going to roll it to 5. I don't think they trade anybody. I think this is them going all in on 12 or 13 personnel.
Well,
you just muted yourself.
Sorry. The Seahawks are on the clock, and I think they're going to take McCoy. I'd actually be shocked if the Seahawks don't take McCoy here. This feels like such a Seahawks move. What say you, Jake? What do you think Seattle's doing?
Yeah, Seattle's going to take Pregnon, right? They're going to take Pregnon.
Ooh, that makes sense. And they do like Oregon guys.
Yeah.
I don't know. McCoy just feels...
Pregnon. They're going to take him.
and it's the last pick in the second. So after this pick by Seattle, we move into the third round, which is the last round of the night. And so you've got the Cardinals. So we've got back-to-back NFC West teams picking right now. And then Broncos and then the Raiders. And the Rams guys as of now aren't up until pick 93. So the Seahawks picked TCU safety Bud Clark. That
is on brand, actually.
That feels early to me.
Well, they lost Kobe Bryant, so.
Yeah. So we're now at pick 65, which is the first pick of the third round, and the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. So we're at pick 65. The Rams don't pick again until pick 93. So,
I don't know why it gets so loud at night, just randomly. It looks like people are. You know what? I think I'm by the track. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I think there's like some like derby thing that they do. It gets so loud. I'm like, why is it always loud around 9? Now it's gone. All right, let's catch up on some supers here. All right, well that's SoCal, appreciate you with the 2. Lesney has to go. Yeah, what I don't think so, but multigrain Brad, not bread, but there are different slices of bread in the Abbey. So appreciate that. Thank you for the 5. Rappaport says McCoy needs bone plug replacement, which is causing him to fall. That sounds awful. He will miss the entire season with that.
Yeah. Huh.
Well, that I guess I had the reverse Ty Simpson in my shadow. I took a guy that won't compete in 2026 because he's injured instead of a guy that's just going to be on the bench. So,
do you guys think I can overdose on cough drops?
I think you actually can, because that's
Really?
like it's like medicated. You're not actually supposed to just eat them all day.
Shoot.
Jeffrey, Seahawks fan in here. Thank you for the 2. When did the Rams get bad at this? Go Hawks. I did just get a text, and yeah, it was. I can't believe this is the same team that produced the 2024 draft. Neither can I.
The Rams, what's so infuriating is, okay, the Cardinals took Carson Beck. Let him.
You know, all of a sudden, that Ty Simpson pick just got better. I'm not saying it got way better. I think Ty Simpson's better than Carson Beck. And actually, I think Ty Simpson's a lot better than Carson Beck.
I do think he's better than Carson Beck, but this is also a third round pick.
No, I know. Absolutely, but good Lord.
I'm surprised. But you know what? For Carson Beck, he's going to a team that has a really stacked offense. So, also, by the way, I'm totally trusting ID89 on that because I've not seen that from my
Carson
guy.
Beck?
Yeah.
Well, he works for the CIA, so we're good.
He's the FBI agent that watches our phones.
Yes, he's the FBI surveillance van.
That's the van I keep seeing outside my place.
It's always ID89. Yep. Daniel, thank you for the 5. I'm 5 minutes from Woodland Hills practice facility. I'll be leading the mob. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Someone in the chat said Alexis aggravates her voice for this. No, I was already sick. I got sick earlier I got literally the day before the draft, I was in urgent care. Really, really sick. So the timing has been horrible. And after talking for 4 hours straight last night, my already sick voice didn't like it. And it's now gotten worse. The cough drops help, but now I'm paranoid that I've just been popping cough drops like candy to keep my throat numb. And now I'm like, I probably shouldn't be doing that. Super. Thank you. For the super chat. Someone said, Alexis, will you get a reaction from your grandpa for the Bears pick? Probably, I don't know. I could probably break. I don't think I'm going to be able to break the picks to him because we're going to be streaming long into the night, and he wakes up so early, and he is a newspaper guy, and the newspaper guys, they still exist, and they have everything first. They are going to have those Bears picks for him at 4:30 in the morning on his front porch, and so he's going to know by the time I'm awake who the Bears picked. So I don't really have an opportunity to break the picks to him, unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
It'd be fun, but he's not like, he watches Illinois. He's an Illinois football fan, and then like big time players he knows, but like I don't. He doesn't really follow it. Aside from like the big stars in college football and his Illinois guys, he's not gonna know who a lot of these guys are.
So Casual Brown, appreciate the super. Gladstone was the mastermind behind the draft.
You.
Well, I guess time will tell. But I remember we went through this one of the first drafts, I think, without Brad Holmes. Ended up working out pretty well after the fact. So I guess just stay positive. 30 and a wake up. Thank you for the 5. My issue with this is we were a player away from the Super Bowl, and we've picked 2 guys that probably won't see the field in 2026.
Yeah.
That's fair. I think Claire will see, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
I think the issue with Claire is I think we'll see him situationally because he can't block. So you're basically, and maybe through the season that will get better. But like, that's my thing with taking him so early is you're not going to see a ton of him if you see him. At least right away.
Yeah. I'm curious if the Rams do address wide receiver, because if they don't at pick 93, then I think they might sign somebody or trade for somebody. I don't know. Maybe it's just wishful thinking at this point. But
we got another super, by the way, after this one.
Oh, we got plenty of supers.
Oh, we do? Okay.
Yeah, so I agree with you, 30 and a wake up. Sorry, I'm trying to manage everything.
With you.
Banker, thank you for the 2. This draft is cursed. No saving draft plan now. Well,
we'll see. I mean, the first
never
2
say
picks.
Never.
First 2 picks definitely puzzling, but it's a long draft. It is a long, winding road.
Not a lot of picks, but yes, long draft.
Yeah, that's the thing, is the Rams might need to do something to gain more picks, though.
Senior Tiny Baby Goats, that is a Hall of Fame name. Thank you for the 10. NFC West Roundtable is going to be fire. Sorry, Jake. Yeah, it's not everybody's going to be dunking on me in that one. Like I even run the team. Rocco, thank you for the Baja here. If we are running 13, don't need 3 great blockers. That is fair. That's absolutely fair. And also, to be fair, Max Clare, I don't like rhyming like that, but anyway, just go with it. Max Clare is on the roster next year, after this year. So is Terrence Ferguson, and so is Tyler Higbee. You know who's not? Colby Parkinson and Davis Allen. So, like, I get it. It felt rich. Like, it felt like you're drafting, like, this is what I would say, okay? You still have a wide receiver 3 need. I don't care what anyone says. You still need a wide receiver 3 need. And on top of that, you have 4 out of the 5 offensive linemen not under contract next year. And the only guy that's under contract next year has had 2 separate issues with blood clots. I know, Alexis, I shouldn't have reminded you that, because I know you love your offensive linemen, and yeah, it's not what you want. Pregnon was right there. I wanted a pass catcher, so I'm not going to have like revisionist history here, but that said, Pregnon would have been a really good pick.
Well, the Broncos, I think, picked. I don't see it, but I do think the Broncos picked. I'm trying to find who that was.
Yeah, I got behind on the ticker.
The Broncos took Texas A&M defensive tackle Tyler. Oh my gosh, my screen just...
I've never even heard of this player.
Well, I don't know. My screen refreshed and I totally lost it. Okay, defensive tackle Tyler Onyedem. I'm not familiar.
This is the first player that I don't know. And I'll be the first one to admit if I don't know a player, but yeah, I mean, he just wasn't on my radar. I mean, he's probably a third rounder and I just missed him. Certainly possible, but I don't even know this player. Can't really give much of an opinion on it.
For the Rams fans, I know some people are asking when we pick. We pick again at pick 93 as of now, and we are at pick 67. So we have quite a ways to go, and because of that, I'm going to be very sparing with my words. I say that, and then I'm going to go on some rant about something and ruin it and not be able to pick. Tavon Austin did announce the pick.
Tavon Austin sitting there like, Max Clare? They draft Zachariah Branch.
The Raiders drafted Auburn defensive end Kieran Crawford.
That sucks. I like him a lot. You said who drafted him?
The Raiders.
Raiders. Okay. I was like, oh yeah, the Ravens just got another guy that I really like. They do that every year, I swear.
So if you guys want to know who's coming up in the next few picks, you got the Eagles, Bears, 49ers, Commanders. So the 49ers do pick at pick 70. We're now at pick 68 with the Eagles on the clock. And God, who can the Eagles take now to make us mad, Jake? Chris Bell, who still hasn't been drafted?
Yeah. They'll do something, probably. That's such a bummer. I'm still not over it. I would have just traded down if I had to take Max Clare, like, because now it's like, yay, we don't pick until pick 93.
Maybe they trade up.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I doubt it too, but
they just don't even care at this point. They're just gonna stick and pick every single time, it looks like.
They are doing a very confusing draft.
I'll watch more on Max Clare. I only watched 3 games, so I'm not trying to sit here and tell you that I am the expert of Max Clare, because I see people like, no, Max is great. Max is a dog. I'm like, you've probably watched more than I have, so fair. But the 3 games I watched, I was just not like that impressed with his blocking. He outstanding route runner. Like, I mean, I get that. But I do, just because the blocking doesn't matter as much when you already have all those tight ends doesn't mean it doesn't matter at all. And I don't know, I'm old school, man. Like, I want my hitters to hit for average in baseball. I want my basketball players to hit their free throws, you know? And I want my football players to be able to block. Like, that's how I feel, you know? So drafting a tight end who isn't as good of a blocker as Mumfield is just kind of weird. That is the most Eagles pick of all time. They drafted Markel Bell. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Offensive tackle. They needed it.
Is he 400 pounds?
Probably. Or else
He's
he wouldn't be going to the
insane.
Eagles at offensive line.
He's huge.
He's
He's an absolute unit. Oh, here we go. You know, I was just like, okay, good move by them. And then you reminded me they're just going to use him for that.
I mean, hey, they can still do it as of now, right?
New Rams tight end, according to Stu Jackson, quote, "There's nothing better than 13 personnel. I'm pumped to be a part of that," says Max Clare. It's good to know that he knows what the role is.
He knows what's up.
Yeah.
He knows
He's not
what's
coming
up.
in here like, yeah, I'm going to be the guy. It's like, nah, you're a collective. You're part of a collective unit. Well,
guys, the Bears are on the clock, and then San Francisco. Jake, what do you think San Francisco does?
let's see. So the Bears are on the clock now. Pick 69.
Yep.
All right. I am going to say
Here's what I'll say, Jake, about the Rams while you
Jennings
ponder.
Dunker.
Oh, yeah, that feels like a 49ers pick.
But they'll move him to guard. He won't play tackle.
If the Rams take a running back, guys, in the third round, no, I'm being so serious. If the, I will be convinced extortion is going on. There's something that somebody has on someone in this organization, because to me, Jake, that's the one position that I'd be like, well, it's not the only position. That's the worst one. I couldn't think of a worse pick for the Rams to take in the third round than running back based on who's on this team right now. If you're not taking another, I mean, you could take another tight end, I suppose, and just really like go for it. You could take another quarterback, but if you're taking a new position, I could not think of a worse position for the Rams to take at the end of the third than running back.
I just
Like
keep
that
thinking the
seems
Rams will
impossible.
probably trade back up and try to get Reggie Virgil, who they met with. That'll be the wide receiver that they like. Yeah, I think the 49ers get Dunker. Looking at the Rams currently, if I could see who's a good fit for them.
I just don't even want to read who's on my. There's just so much time that I'm like, everyone I'd read will probably be gone by then. So people are bringing up Jarquez Hunter. Maybe they don't like Hunter as much as they thought. Listen, I've gone on the record saying this, and this is something I know to be true. Jarquez Hunter was a heat check on Kyron Williams because of the contract negotiations that were going on. There's a reason Jarquez Hunter was a healthy scratch for a long time, and they still brought back Ronnie Rivers. Okay? You're correct. However, I think that Jarquez Hunter is talented enough. I would like to see him get opportunity regardless of why he was drafted. And again, because he's still on the roster, you have four running backs. And I'm like, why would you, that's again why I'm like, why would you take a running back at all this draft? Makes no sense.
Jarquez Hunter wasn't the issue in that draft. Trading a 4th round pick, the one that we don't have this year, is because they had to go up and get Ty Hamilton. I will never get it.
Yeah, that's very bizarre. That was a very, very bizarre pick. Haven't seen the Bears pick come in yet, guys. Oh, it looks like Sam Roush. What?
Oh, that's who I wanted. So, sick.
So another tight end off the board here. Why am I blanking on when he went to school? Is he Stanford?
Yeah. No, Stanford tight ends, they have a really high hit rate.
But here's the thing, Jake. So the Bears take Sam Roush. You've got Colson, Loveland, Cole Kmet, and Sam Roush. That means you got to be getting rid of Cole Kmet.
Or, right? Hear me out. I want to look at their depth chart real quick. Do you think maybe they could actually just be like, you know what? The Rams are right. We're going to go 13 personnel.
No, I don't think so, because Cole Kmet gave a press conference the other day and he was like not psyched.
Yeah, I mean, I always
And
kind of assumed he was going to get traded, so.
I think that Cole Kmet, like, if I'm being honest, I would have traded for Cole Kmet before I would have taken a tight end this draft. But what do I know? Yeah, so the Bears take tight end Sam Roush, which means the 49ers are on the clock. And this will be really interesting, Jake. This is an NFC West pick, which in my experience means it's going to be someone I like. What say you?
Yeah, so here, I mean, 49ers are going to take Dunker. Oh, Pregnon's still there? Oh, they're taking Pregnon then. Pregnon or Dunker?
So you think offensive line?
Yeah.
Someone in the chat said, do we like Bryce Lance or Kevin Coleman Jr.? We both like Kevin Coleman Jr.
Yeah, it sucks. Bryce Lance is exactly, I think 5 years ago, Bryce Lance would have been like my draft crush. I've just changed my archetypes because over the course of time, I've gotten burned by guys like that. He does not catch the ball naturally. It's very, very awkward. I don't believe, didn't he transfer to wide receiver? Like, he's not a natural wide receiver, and you see that on tape.
I'm not sure. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He's the brother of Trey Lance, right? Or am I making that
Yes,
up?
he is.
See, I gotta stop. My sick brain. I keep thinking everything's not true. I think I'm gonna be done with the coffee, guys.
You think that's what's leading to your indecisions?
I think I'm just putting too much. Like, I'm putting coffee into my system. I'm putting cough drops into my system. I really need to probably take my steroid, but I forgot, and it's too late, and it's on the other.
Rob
end of
Manfred is going to ban you so
I
badly.
know. Like,
You will never play baseball again.
Never.
Ever. You're gone. You're going to be, what's his face, who's always getting popped for steroids? Profar. Jurickson Profar. I think he got popped for steroids again. I'm like, what the hell? He's been popped like 3 times.
Well, guys.
What kind of message, by the way, I understand it's 13 personnel. What kind of message, because we were talking about messages sent, what kind of message does it send to Terrence Ferguson? Like, oh yeah, by the way, we just got another tight end in the second round.
So the 49ers... Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, they got Romello Height. By the way,
the
really good player.
Drafted defensive end Romello Heights. Height. But...
It probably should be Height. Or Heights, but yeah.
To answer your question, Jake, I think it basically... I don't think it sends a message to Terrence Ferguson. I think it sends a message to...
The rest.
Probably to Parkinson and Allen being like, we're not going to retain you.
That's such a weird feeling going into a season, knowing that okay, they're officially done with you. Like you're enjoying your Friday, and then all of a sudden, hey, did you hear the Rams just got a person that literally plays the same position as you in the second round? Like,
also, for what it's worth, I think Ferguson was a much better prospect than Claire.
Oh yeah.
So I don't.
Yeah,
think
but I mean, it was a better tight end class. Like I had Ferguson as my 7th tight end, and I think I had all of them going in the top 64. So yeah, I don't know.
Ferguson is the best tight end by far, I think, on the Rams right now.
I will tell you, Romello Height is exactly what the 49ers were missing last year. They could not rush the passer to save their ever-loving life. Like, it was bad. So they finally get somebody to do it. Reckoning, I can't believe you're burned into the screen. Change the OLEDs, everybody. They're just gone because this thing's been there forever, and I apologize. I'm trying to do the ticker and do analysis. Reckoning, thank you for the broccoli. This draft makes no sense when our linebacker core is horrible. I actually like the Rams linebacker core. I know I'm in the minority. First off, Nate Landman, when Quentin Lake was fully healthy, was one of the best linebackers in football. I don't care what anyone says. He was really good last year. Then when Quentin Lake got hurt, his play fell off. Also, Omar Spates is underrated. I'm not saying he's a superstar, but he gets way too much hate, right? And then I'm a big fan of Sean Dolak. So you go out and you add, I always forget his name. Who's the linebacker special teamer that they added? Totally blanking on his name. Stewart, yes. Grant Stewart. So you have 4 guys there. Are they going to keep 5 linebackers? You can't keep 5 linebackers and 5 tight ends out of 53. You got to choose one or the other. So I don't know.
I just don't think it's a position the Rams historically put a
ton of value in. They don't. Ram DeLorean, thank you for the 2. No wide receivers, so maybe they do plan on using Jay Witt, Alexis. I won't count on it. I've been really disappointed in their usage of Whittington, Atwell, who's now gone, and honestly, how much they used Mumfield, despite the fact he was just never on the same page with Stafford. So, I don't know.
You know what I'm trying to do right now, guys? I'm trying to figure out how to get my heated blanket on myself while also at my desk and doing this. So that's why I'm
CPS
moving
with the
things
lemon. Great job with the pod. My issue isn't the
Thank
actual
you.
picks. Sure, they're good, but I feel they are taking positions they don't need. 5 tight ends is confusing when we need a wide receiver 3.
Yep.
I'm not a big like need guy. I'm always like take best player available. Alexis, that changed when they took Ty Simpson. That's when all of a sudden now I'm like, all right, I'm a little bit more picky, about I won't just take the best player available if it's a defensive lineman when you took a quarterback that we're not going to see for a while. So, yeah, I don't know. But
The Commanders took
appreciate you.
wide receiver Antonio Williams out of Clemson.
Interesting.
Interesting. And
He's
thank you again for the super CPS.
He's a slot guy in my mind, but there are people that believe he can play inside outside. I didn't see that, but in the NFL, I know these guys play on the outside in college. I don't know if it'll work in the NFL, but solid player, good yards after the catch, can make some big time catches downfield, can stretch the field. I like it. Jared, thank you for the 5. Jake, why so negative? We were unstoppable in 13 personnel last year. Yes, with all the same 4 guys. I don't really feel like they had to add to that position. And if anything, this pick, do you know what it did to me? It made me feel legitimate like pain that they didn't draft Sadiq at 13.
That was my thing, is like, if you're gonna do it,
Yeah, like
you might as well have gone for the star when you had the chance.
And if you were going to stay at 61, just package a pick next year, trade up from 61, and take Ty Simpson in the first round. You know what I mean? Like, I would have probably, now that I know what I know, I would have taken Sadiq at 13. And I wasn't even like all in on taking Sadiq because I don't think he's like ready right out the box. I definitely don't think Claire is, but we'll see. This is very interesting draft indeed. So yeah. Ferocious Neophyte, thank you for the 5. There's a 3-week-old Max Claire highlight reel that says welcome to the Rams in the title with the Rams logo in the pick. What's up with that? Oh, they just change it. That's their entire business model. Those people make so much money because they'll make highlight reels, and if they don't get copyright claims, since they know what to do, they literally get paid for that. A lot of people watch, and then you just change the title. It's a tactic on YouTube. It allows you to get a lot of views. So, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It's not like they knew anything or anything like that. So yeah, let's see here.
Thank you for the chat.
Appreciate you. Long this. Thank you for the tangerine. And Sneed and McVay we trust, but do Sneed and McVay trust in each other anymore? Bad feeling McVay retires with Stafford. But gee, I hope not. Sneed would be in trouble. I think Rams fans would devour him if that were the case. But really do appreciate this. Appreciate you, Long this. And then
Thank you.
Maximart MK3, thank you for the 2. Les and Sean both wanted Ty. Sean was being subdued. Fair. And then Vic, thank you for the Baja. What do you think the Stafford deal will be? I think it's going to be very similar. It's part of the reason why I feel for Stafford. It's like I just won the MVP and you get me a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't really know, but yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty team-friendly deal like it has been. Like he's going to get more guaranteed money, but he's not, at this point, he's not trying to like extort the Rams for all the money they have. So, yeah, I think it'll be around $50 million a year, maybe a little bit more. Not anything crazy. Thank you. Isaiah Smith, thank you for the 2. Stetson Bennett, final year numbers, greater than Ty Simpson. Interesting. I don't put too much stock in that, but I get what you're saying. Exile, thank you for the 2. What did I miss? Kenny Alvarado. Let's see. 924, you sent that. It's 943. I have no idea. They drafted Max Claire, if you're wondering. I don't know if that was what you were asking, but. And then we got Sean Stewart with the 10. Sam Roush's legacy. Merlin Olsen's great nephew. Are you kidding me? They could have had Merlin Olsen's great nephew. That would have been sick. I actually interviewed Phil Olsen Merlin Olsen's brother. He came on Downtown Rams like early on. I think it was.
Nice.
I think our friendship was -2 years old.
Wow.
I know it was early. I was not very
Early.
experienced in interviewing, and now obviously having met you and interviewed like a million prospects, now I am. So, I thought the interview was good at the time. I don't know how well it matches up now. Appreciate you.
So
And then we just got a bomb drop. We're calling this a juicy filet mignon. Thank you for the hundo FHS
you.
governor. Appreciate you. Hello, Jake and Alexis. Everyone drop a dub in the chat.
drop a W.
I was rooting for your picks to come through with Cooper or Lake. Had either one come true, I'd have dropped a hundo on you. Well, it didn't happen, but a hundo anyway. Thank you for all your your outstanding live streams and inputs. Appreciate you. We appreciate you. Thank you.
We appreciate you. Thank you. That's incredible. Thank
Much
you so
love.
much.
Hell yeah.
Appreciate you.
Big dubs in the chat.
Big dubs.
We
By
love
the way,
that.
guys, the Bengals just drafted Washington cornerback Takario Davis.
Interesting.
Another corner that isn't McCoy.
Giants just traded up to 74, but I don't know who has 73. So I don't know who 73 picked.
Wait, so we don't know who picked at 73?
Yeah, no, we just know the Giants trade up to. I think they trade up. Well, no, it says Giants on the clock at 74. So I don't know.
Well, so the Saints did. Oh, so the Saints took Oscar Delp, the tight end out of Georgia.
That was my guy.
So now the Giants are on the clock at 74.
Yeah, Delp is a stud. Georgia tight end, crazy athletic profile. I mean, I think the dude ran the 4.4s. 6'5", 245, really good after the catch. I mean, I actually really like Delp. So the Browns got the pick from the Chiefs, and now the Giants have the pick from the Browns. That's a lot, but there we go. All right, so who do we think the Giants are going to go after?
Surratt.
I'm going to say Ted Hurst.
Reminds me, I got to update my board. But a lot of these
I'm going to
guys are
say they
still
get
here.
Ted Hurst
Antonio
here.
Williams. So, interestingly enough, I did have Max Clare on my tier 2 for today. The Giants picked Notre Dame wide receiver Malachi Fields.
Didn't they have, was it Bo Collins?
Think so.
They've had Notre Dame receivers in the past.
Chase Claypool.
They had Chase Claypool.
Wait, right? Am I making that up?
The Giants? Maybe.
Hold on, guys.
He disintegrated. He disintegrated from
who
the
did he wasn't that who
MLB,
he first played
or
for?
the NFL.
Am I going crazy? No, he played for the Steelers. Oh my God.
Yeah, but then he was
Steelers.
traded to the Bears.
And then he played for the Steelers and the Bears and the Dolphins and the Bills. Oh my God. I'm way off.
Well, Malachi Fields gives them a big-bodied receiver on the outside. Doesn't really separate, but does know how to use his body, and he's a good blocker. So I think they like the physicality. I don't know, kind of. He's like, if you took Rashad Bateman and stretched him to 6'4", he kind of plays with that. Like, I know Bateman maybe not as big, but I mean, Fields is huge. He's like 220. But he kind of plays similar to Bateman. I don't know.
I don't know. Guys, I might go grab some meds and get that done now because we still have a while to go.
Yeah.
before the Rams. I'm scared I'm gonna get up and the Rams trade up. I'm scared I'm gonna go get my medicine, and the second I get up,
I'm not gonna lie, the way the draft's gone, I would have taken Malachi Fields over Sam Clare or Max Clare.
I mean, yeah. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I
The
survive
Browns just
without me.
acquired a 2027 fourth. They got 105, 145, and a 2027 fourth for that pick. So the Giants really liked him.
All right, Jake, hold it down. All the faith
I'll
in the
do my
world.
best.
I need to go get some medicine. I'll be right back.
I will do my best. All right, y'all. So right now, it does get a little interesting. McCoy, I am wondering if he's just going to go undrafted. I don't know. It depends. It really does. Is a team okay just with him redshirting an entire year? I guess if you have a bunch of picks, you do it. I'm a little surprised with some of the names left on the board right now because, in case you didn't know, those include McCoy, Pregnon, Bell, Abney, AJ Halsey, Keontae Scott, Jennings Dunker, Brazel, Bell, Lance, Tiernan. So there's definitely some talents on the board. And Giants did just trade up and select Malachi Fields at pick 74. So that's where we're at right now. Ruiz says fire less. I'm not I'm not gonna fire less. I mean, I know it's frustrating, but definitely not gonna do that. Tito, thank you for the 5. Doing the best you can reenact the reaction of the Rams drafting Max Clare, please. How to reenact? I think I was just like, yeah, I don't know. But appreciate you. Thank you for the super. But yeah, I don't actually remember what the reaction was. Mace the Ace, thank you for the 5. Do you think the Simpson pick had anything to do with Snead's relationship with his dad? I'm sure that had something to do with it, but I don't think it leads you to ultimately picking somebody to be the face of your franchise. Caleb Douglas. So the first Texas Tech receiver is off the board. There's another one, Reggie Virgil. He actually met with the Rams. The Dolphins are selecting Caleb Douglas with the 75th pick. And maybe it's just me, but it always feels like those 75, it's just 75th overall, those end up being decent players. So interesting stuff. Looks like Josh Naylor hit a home run. I could see it. I think anybody could see it from outer space. That's crazy how that thing lights up in the back. And then last here, I don't even know what I'm doing right now. There we go. Mexi Mart, thank you for the 2. Rams value high character, prob big reason for Ty. Yeah, I mean, Ty Simpson comes across as a very high character guy. Good dude. Like, I really like the way he carries himself. So that's actually one thing I will say. I got upset. Not upset. I was legitimately sad. There, we'll do that. I was legitimately sad for Ty Simpson because he said, like, let's go make history, coach. And it sounds like he's holding back tears. And Sean McVay's like, yeah, no. Enjoy your night. Like, you know, oh, man. I felt bad. But you watch the Gruden video, and I just think he's a smart guy. So the next pick here, ID89 is saying Drew Aller. So the Steelers got two of my guys. The Steelers always draft guys that it's unreal, dude. I hope Ty Simpson works out, man, because I really like Aller, and I just hope this doesn't come back to bite them. Because the fact you can just pull Aller out in the third round at pick, 76? Oh, boy. Let's see here. All right, so any Steelers fans that are in here, Aller was my number 2 quarterback behind Oli Mendoza. I think he's very polarizing, right? He's got the elite physical traits that GMs are going to look for. I think the tape really does tell a complicated story with him. 6'5", built well for the quarterback position, prototypical arm, frame, all of that. I think he's got, ball security, but it's one of the things that I noticed late in the big games, it seemed like he kind of melted down a little bit. The footwork needs to be worked on from the ground up. He's literally just bet on traits. This is that type of prospect. Had an injury this past year, so it caused him to fall. I mean, I would argue he's a first round talent if he probably plays the full season. But there was a lot going on at Penn State. I don't think it was a great fit for his offense or his overall skill set. Joe Flacco with better wheels was my comparison. I think Flacco had better mechanics, but to me, this is a point and shoot passer, good pocket presence, has a little bit more of a running ability than this statuesque Joe Flacco, but he can rip it, man. He can make any throw on the field, and he's going to be a lot better sitting behind somebody like Aaron Rodgers than I would say, playing at Penn State, because I just don't think Penn State was a great fit for him. I don't think Andy Kotelnicki's offense was a great fit for him either. That's just my take. I've watched Andy Kotelnicki offenses at KU for a long time. So, I was not a big fan of that for him, but Jeffrey coming in with the 5. Our whole division had mostly underwhelming and weird picks. Seems like teams unwilling to trade picks with Hawks. We're all a little disappointed so far. Go Hawks. Appreciate you being in here. Yeah, it does. Feels weird. It feels weird. It's it seems like Seattle has tried to trade, and it's like they haven't had anybody that's, and I mean, I get it. They're Super Bowl champions. Bud Clark is very Seahawks coded. Jadarian Price gives them the running back, a number 1 running back. I like the picks, but I get why Seattle fans might be a little upset, because I think you only have 2 more picks left in the draft. That makes sense. AES09, thank you for the 5. I thought the same thinking about the phone call. It was the most emotional moment of Ty's life. And Sean was like, yeah, whatever, bro. Yeah, it made me, it hurt, I know Sean probably doesn't even think of it like that, and he might not have had anything, might not have had any negative feeling whatsoever. I think you're trying to balance in that moment, knowing, hey, this is going to go on social media. You're trying to balance the moment, and it just it comes across a little unfortunate. That's all I would say. But yeah, I like Ty, and you know what? Ty, again, I can't stress enough. The biggest thing about Ty Simpson that I love is that in a world where everyone transfers from the drop of a hat, a coach leaves, anything happens, this dude stayed. He was with Nick Saban, right? He stays with DeBoer. He didn't transfer. And it's not like he was playing. He didn't win the starting job over Bryce Young, obviously. Bryce Young was a starter. He didn't win the starter job over Jalen Milroe. Then he didn't transfer. And you know what? I give him a lot of props for that. So, yeah, I like him. It's like I like him more than I like him as a player. But no, I'm kind of over the pick at this point. I'm on, I've moved on. I can move on pretty quickly. And yeah. And she is back.
I'm back. I'm sorry that took longer than I thought. It was like, when you get up to do something and then you're like, okay, I'm going to do XYZ too while I'm up.
Yes.
I was like, I'm going to throw away my tissues that I've been using the entire stream. I'm going to throw away my cough drop wrappers. I had a little snack because I'm about to take Mucinex and I don't want to do that on an empty stomach. So I just thought of all these things I could do. I put on slippers because my feet are cold. And in that time, I see that the Steelers took Drew Aller, which is where I thought he was going to go.
It's a good fit for him.
Yep.
If Aaron Rodgers comes back, I don't know what he's going to be learning from Mason Rudolph and whoever's there. It's Mason Rudolph and the Ohio State kid I'm blanking on.
Howard.
Yeah, Will Howard. Yeah, I mean, Aller's got more traits. I think Aller probably wins that over the course of time, but Will Howard's probably more, well, I would assume he's more NFL ready. He was in the NFL last year. So, yeah. That one hurt. I hope to God they know what they're doing with Ty Simpson. I mean, I don't know. I like I said, I actually like Ty Simpson, and we were just talking about how that phone call made me kind of sad because he's like, let's go make history, coach. And Sean McVay's like, yeah, all right, see you later. Enjoy your night.
Look at the reaction later about what McVay did when Claire was picked, and it is...
What? He didn't like that either?
No, he was ecstatic, and I stand by it. That's because that's actually his guy. We don't have to get into it, but...
No, I mean, you could say whatever you want. Or Lord knows we're on here long enough.
Simpson wasn't McVay's guy.
Jeffrey Sam McCoy's knee must be gone out of the third.
Yeah, it's not a good sign that he's still...
I hate it for him. I really do. Because I was all Mansour Delane, number one corner, and then I turned on the 2024 Jermon McCoy film, and I was like, this dude is a freaking stud. Are you kidding me? His athleticism, the ball tracking ability, I mean, the receiver hands. I mean, he looked like a wide receiver out there. It's a shame. It really is. And I hope things work out for him. I'm hoping he doesn't have to retire early. I'm hoping he doesn't go to a bad situation. Colts just got AJ Halsey. It's not to be confused with Halsey, who you like.
I do.
Had to have a pop culture reference in a DTR stream. I don't feel like we had one, so I had to break the ice.
Not yet. I went to her concert last year.
Holy cow, as Phil Rizzuto would say. Long This drops a 300. Much appreciated.
Appreciate you so much.
Fans since 1972 and 1996, the Rams drafted at pick 1-6 Lawrence Phillips, Eddie Kennison, not bad, but Marvin Harrison Sr. went next. Oh my God, my dad talks about this all the time. Tony Banks, 242, father of Felon. Okay, not that bad. But that team wasn't on the doorstep of a Super Bowl. Maybe my most excited for a draft in decades. And this, hope I'm wrong. Long This, we really do appreciate you. You can't really see. Wow. My mouth is moving. I can confirm.
I'm getting up above it. making myself taller.
So yeah, really do appreciate you, and everyone
Thank you.
drop because I mean that's three. I mean that's three filet mignon, like just like strips at this point.
There's
Um,
gotta be, yeah, that's a the Wagyu beef.
yeah,
Isn't
that's
that
the whole. That's all the meats. That is all of it. So really do appreciate you, Long This. Massive
thank
W.
you.
You're always such a great supporter of this channel, and appreciate your belief in us and you being here and watching us. So it always feels weird because I
Thank
have to
you.
take it down and put up another super. And I always am like, he just put 300 up there. I feel weird taking it down, but obviously
I know.
this show must go on. And to be fair, I'm getting covered here. So appreciate you so much. This is freaking awesome.
Thank you.
That was freaking awesome. The draft, well, draft.
By the way, the Falcons took Zachariah Branch.
Okay, that's good. We like that.
So he's off the board for the Rams, which I know like a lot of Rams fans really didn't want him, so that should be good news.
There were a lot of fans that did because he also played at USC. So there's a big USC
right.
bias in this comment section. I see it. I'm up to date. Yeah, Branch, my issue with him is that Tutu Atwell didn't work out. And I will say this, and I mean no disrespect to Branch. Tutu Atwell is a much better overall receiver coming out of Louisville than Branch is. Like, Branch is like a gadget guy. Tutu Atwell wasn't a gadget guy. He just unfortunately gets, put in that pre-existing pod because of his size, right? But he actually could run a route, like a full route tree. And on top of that, the dude would go up and moss people at 5'9". So, and he was so good at creating, pass interference calls. Now, to be fair, this isn't revisionist history here. I'm telling you what he was good at, but I'm not ignorant to the fact that Alexis and I hated that pick when it was made. So I'm not going to sit here and act like we thought Tutu Atwell was amazing. That's not what it was. So, yeah. Next up on the board, we have the Ravens. So let's see. The Ravens.
And then
They've taken Ioane and Zion Young. Knowing the Ravens and how they operate, this is so Chris Bell. I'm going to be sick.
yeah. And by the way, guys, this is pick 80. The Rams are at pick 93. So we're 13 picks away. Jake, how many people do we have watching right now?
We
The
have
Ravens picked
just under 2,500.
The Ravens picked Jacoby Lane, the wide
Wow,
receiver
so he
out
did
of
go
USC.
Good on you, Alexis.
Sometimes I get it right, guys. Sometimes I get it right. I know a lot of Rams fans are hurt right now. I see it in the chat too. He's a USC guy. People were hoping that he'd be there for the Rams after
I didn't see
they
it.
passed on Lemon. It's a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
Makes
going to
sense.
lie. If the Rams come away with Chris Bell at pick 93, I'm not going to say all is forgiven, but I'd feel really good about it.
I would like the pick, but all certainly would not be forgiven.
No. A lot has happened. I'm never going to.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
It's just so interesting to me that Chris Bell has fallen.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Very weird. By the way, we're going to get the Max Claire reaction videos up. I have just been feverishly updating the ticker, trying to, get comments and super chats and all this. It's like, man, we need a producer at this point, but but yeah, I'm getting that up momentarily. So that's why the Claire video, I had somebody reach out like, where's the Claire reaction clip? It's coming. I recorded it. Alexis says something at the end, so it's gonna be the weirdest ending ever. I just cut you off in the middle of it because I was ending it. I was like, so yeah, with the
What was it that I
61st
said?
pick, the Rams
And
take Max Clare, and you're like, yeah,
and
so they tip
Nick
this, and then you're like,
Castellanos hits a deep ball to left field.
no, but it was like, yeah, so in the next pick, you're like, yeah, so this happened, and then you're like, oh, on Max Clare, and then it just cuts it off. Like it's like you're about to
Great.
say more, and it just like, yeah, so. That is funny.
I made such a bad choice having that coffee this late. You know what I did is sometimes like Jake, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Because I was so scared I was gonna cry. So I slept 3 hours, right? You and I both slept very little last night,
Yeah.
and we were talking about
Say that again.
earlier. And I was like, oh my god, I slept 3 hours. I just worked all day, and now I'm gonna do the stream. I need to like wake up myself up. So I got a little like iced coffee, and I underestimated how strong it was, and like my body is like shaking from that, and I'm sick, and I'm like popping meds, and I was basically eating a bag of cough drops as candy for the entire second round. So there's like a lot of weird things happening to me right now,
The vibes
guys.
are off.
But the vibes, you know what? Let's rock the next Rams pick and make all forgiven.
Yes. The vibes are a bit off right now, but they can come back from it.
All right, so who's up?
So
Who
right
is
now
up?
we
Jags.
got Jacksonville.
So at pick 81, you've got the Jags, then it's the Vikings, Panthers, Bucks. So we're at pick 81, the Rams pick at 93. We're getting closer, guys.
I'm like looking for a good Max Clare action shot for the thumbnail, and I swear they're all zoomed out. I hate it.
Is there one where I look like really stoic?
You? No, I'm talking about Max Clare.
Action shot. You mean for the cover? You're doing the cover of Max Clare. That makes more sense. Wow. I
Yeah.
see you were doing like, I always, every time we do an episode of Downtown Rams, I like to post a picture of us from the episode on the Instagram story and be like, go check out the episode or whatever. And there's never a time where you and I are both smiling. It's always one of us is smiling and the other looks dead inside, or like vice versa. And it's the most annoying process to try and find a good picture where we're both like looking normal.
I guess this'll do. But yeah, I know what you mean. It is one of those tough things. It's
You and
why
I
it's
ha-
like
we need to start afterwards posing. So we need to start when we do episodes, like once we stop recording before we log off, we need to like get a screenshot of us acting.
You mean
we're
like
in an episode? Yeah, like laughing or like looking in the distance, be just like making it aesthetically pleasing so we have it, because I've spent so much time having to like go through the frames. And real quick, the Jaguars drafted Texas A&M defensive tackle Albert Regis. Is it just me, or has Texas A&M just had like so many players go today? That's at least the fourth.
I'm now realizing I did not do enough work on the defensive tackles to even talk about them. Like, I don't know who I know who he is. I don't know anything about Albert Regis.
I don't either.
This was a year where, because I'm juggling what's going on with the Yankees as well as other things, I didn't get through 280 or 300 plus prospects like I normally do. So yeah, it's a very different type of year. Already feels different with the picks. So Jags select Albert Regis. I like the name though. It sounds like he'd be really good. And then the Vikings, I think we could see a running back come off the board here. Mike Washington.
Speaking of running back, for whatever reason in the chat earlier, they all were like so scared that the Rams were going to take a running back. Guys, I'm telling you, that would be the most shocking thing of all time to me. It would be more shocking to me that the Rams took a running back in the third round than taking the quarterback in the first, if I'm being honest.
Let's see. So at least my Yankees are crushing Houston. It's 10-2. All right. So next up on the clock are the what is it? Yeah, the Vikings. Yeah, I think they're going to take Mike Washington here. I've been using the PFF mock for this, and it's not the best to use because you have to keep refreshing.
So let's. I have no idea what the Vikings do here.
They took a defensive lineman. They addressed linebacker. They did not address safety, though, and they lost Harrison Smith. But I just don't know if, like, is this early for Kamari Ramsey, Genesis Smith, Zakee Wheatley? I mean, maybe.
I think Kamari Ramsey would actually make a lot of sense.
You think Kamari Ramsey?
Yeah, I don't think it's too early for him.
I think it's Mike Washington. I'm going to say that. The pick is in.
So some people are asking, because now we're at pick, 82. So we're 11 picks away. Jake, how many people we have watching right now? People are going to start pouring in.
2,500.
2,500. So for the Rams fans in the house, I'm looking at who I have down of guys that I wanted for the Rams today and who's left. And I mean, Chris Bell.
I can't believe he's still there. But I guess the ACL, I mean, they said he's ahead of schedule, but the ACL must be scaring people away. He's still, I think he's 21, Alexis. Like, he's young. I don't know why. He'll be 22 in June. Like, I don't know why people are scared.
I'd say Chris Bell, Elijah Surratt, or Kevin Coleman Jr. That's where I'm going. If I'm going receiver.
Now, it's worth mentioning, in every single mock draft, I've gotten at least one player right.
I don't know what I'm going to do for our shadow draft because
I'm telling you, if they get to 93 and he's still there, that pick is Kyle Lewis.
yeah,
They take Kyle Lewis.
I used him. So the Vikings took defensive tackle Dominique Orange, who is out of Iowa State.
I love that name so much. I've never heard of that.
You know what's so funny? I mean, it's not really funny.
I mean,
but
I know
this
who he
just
is, but I've never heard anybody have that name.
I love it when players get drafted to teams that aesthetically match their last name. So like when I was like looking at Dominic Orange, I was like, I want him to be on the Browns so badly. Because it would look so cute.
You know, he probably didn't want to be on the Browns.
Well, but it would look so cute to have like his last name be Orange and orange on the back of the jersey.
It would be something.
Listen, guys, I love football and I analyze it, but I'm still just a girl. I like these aesthetic little cute things, and I really wanted Dominique Orange to be on the Browns and have a really cute moment. But
I feel like it would be really
that dream
funny
is dead.
if you had like, say you had just gone crazy, like Dominic Orange, that's who I want. It just sounds, it's not a name that you'd be taken seriously if you're like, Dominic Orange is the best player in this draft. You know what I mean? Like, it just isn't that type of name. It's very different. I love it personally. I think it's the greatest name ever. You're like, I don't know what he's rambling on about, but
Like, go off, King.
yeah, I don't know.
I'm using my Rode peptide lip tint. I know everyone's wondering.
Wow, you're really going in on that girly angle. Brazzle. What did I tell you? The Panthers went with another tall freaking receiver. I told you,
took him?
Alexis, they're incapable of taking receivers that are shorter than 6'3". I mean, it's mind-boggling to me. I've never seen. They have everyone in the receiver room has height. It's insane.
Well, shit. All right. Well, the Bucks, Steelers, Chargers, Dolphins. That's the next four. So we're now at pick 84. So we are now within there's less than 10 picks for the Rams, who are currently at 93.
Let's see. Panthers depth chart. I don't think people believe me, so I need to make this very clear.
Aaron in the chat said it's so Bryce Young can see them.
Oh, no.
That's funny as hell.
Tedderall McMillan, 6'5". What else? We got Jalen Coker, 6'3". Then you got Xavier Legette, 6'3".
They have a type.
Oh, I'm not done.
Oh.
Not done. Bryson Tremaine, 6'4".
How tall are their tight ends?
They do like the smaller, like Tommy Trembles of the world tight ends. It's bizarre. I don't even know what's going on. They're a weird team. They do have Jimmy Horn Jr., to be fair. But like this is insane. This is absolutely insane. Because now you got Chris Brazzell, the second.
Bucks, Steelers, Chargers, Dolphins, guys. You know what? Unfortunately, the Bucks probably could use a receiver to replace Mike Evans. Because they went defense their first two picks.
Jalen McMillan, though. That's the thing. Like
Yeah, but like, is that really...
Yeah. I mean, that guy had like, what, 8 touchdown receptions his rookie year? Came back from the neck and actually looked pretty good. So...
I didn't realize I was muted. Sorry. Someone in the chat said that maybe the Rams have a plan at receiver and they're trolling the fans. I don't know.
I don't know.
I do know that they did inquire about George Pickens, and that also came out.
I know that they were interested in AJ Brown, and they didn't love the medicals, so...
Well,
I just feel really bad for Jermon McCoy at this point.
Would you be mad if the Rams took him at 93?
No, I wouldn't. If they took him at 93, then they know something we don't. And at this point, I would just take him because I think he's better than anybody you're going to find. And clearly, they don't value receiver like we do. That said, it's funny. Sosa Cremenius on Twitter put it really bluntly, but he's not wrong. He's like, normally... It's okay because the Rams' second-round picks suck, and the third-round picks are normally the stars. And I was thinking about this, and I'm like, damn. He's not exactly
Well, that's why I'm so bummed they don't
wrong.
have a fifth-round pick, because they are so good in the fifth round. That's why I was like, maybe, earlier, I was like, maybe you trade back and try to get some fourth, fifth-round picks, because remember, guys, the Rams, as of right now, don't pick in the fourth and fifth round. So after tonight, after this pick coming up at pick 93, they are not on the clock again for quite a while. So
that's what I'm saying. Like, I almost wonder if they'll just trade down.
That's what I'm wondering.
And maybe that's how they just viewed it. Like, they're just like, yeah, we're just going to trade down
so the Browns
in round 3.
Traded up with the Chargers. The Browns have once again traded.
You know, one thing I'll say, though, that I like about the Claire pick, it sounds like that was like, that's who McVay wanted. I'm honestly leaning towards like, okay, McVay wants him. That's fine by me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't feel that way, but um
Like, I mean, I trust them because ultimately they've done a really nice job over the years. Now, to be fair, Alexis, this also comes with if they start to struggle in the draft and these guys start missing, people are going to start to be like, they're already doing it, but people
I
would be like, James Gladstone was the guy.
but I still legitimately think like taking a tight end in the second round.
Oh, no, I mean, I get it. But I also think, and this is how I would look at it. Oh, the Bucks took Ted Hurst. That's a good pick.
So they did go receiver.
Yeah,
They
they
just didn't
did.
go
You were
with the one
right.
that I thought.
And that's smart because Ted Hurst is a developmental guy. I don't think he's ready to play like right away. But he's somebody that if you're patient with him and you can develop him, he's going to be like really good if he hits. Like if he hits, he is going to be very, very good. And those are
Well,
the type of guys
guys,
that you want
back to back
ultimately.
receivers.
Here comes the run of receivers. Just happens right before the Rams. It's funny
So
how
the
that just always seems to work that way.
well, the Browns took offensive tackle Austin Barber out of Florida.
At 85.
80 wait.
Oh, where the hell are we?
Wait, hold on. So who'd the Steelers take?
No one knows. I do get kind of annoyed by how often this happens, like on day
They
2 and
skip a
3.
pick. Yeah.
Yeah, because I see Austin Barber now, but like, how do we not have the Steelers pick? They just got skipped. The Browns were so eager. They're just like, no. We pick Austin Barber. Now you can go. Like, all right. I am jealous with these trade downs. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. I'm very jealous with these trade downs.
Anybody know who the Steelers took? ESPN hasn't updated it either. But we know that the Browns took Austin Barber. They traded up. Maybe Miami wanted to take a Florida guy, so that's why the Browns traded it up ahead of them. I don't know. I still don't see the Steelers pick, guys. I genuinely don't know what happened. Why the Browns pick got announced and I see nothing about the Steelers. Guys, stop asking who the best running back. Oh, the Steelers took corner Dalen Everett out of Georgia.
That's a guy that I liked for the Rams, probably around 93, maybe a trade down, but good corner.
There's a
Physical, scrappy, kind of similar to Darion Kendrick, but tested way better than Darion Kendrick.
So we've got basically now the Dolphins, Jags, Bears, 49ers, Raiders, Cowboys, Rams. So 6 picks until the Los Angeles Rams pick again. So I'm looking at my board. Well, it's time to update it because Ted Hurst is gone. Chris Brazel's gone. Emmanuel Pregnon.
He's still
I
there?
just,
Or are you
yeah, I
saying
don't
he
think,
just went off the board?
no, he's still there. I think, in my opinion, guys, if looking at who I have down, Chris Bell is my number one choice. Then I would go. It's tough with Jermon McCoy because it just feels like there's something going on there that's
Yeah.
making me nervous. So I don't know because he's on my board. Like I wouldn't be mad about it, but I'm a little I'm obviously nervous because you've got all these corners going before him, which makes me feel like something bad is going on with his knee. So I'm gonna say Chris Bell. I like Elijah Surratt, Kevin Coleman Jr. These are all receivers. Emmanuel Pregnon at guard. Um, Kyle Lewis, I love at linebacker. Shoot. I'd say my top two picks would probably be Chris Bell and Kyle Lewis at 93 if they're there.
I my feeling, they've gone too offensive. They went heavy defense in free agency. I mean, I'm just gonna do the mock draft right now and see who falls to the Rams. So the prediction is that was stupid because Jermond McCoy went off the board. I don't even know if he's going to, but Skylar Bell, Keith Abney, Bryce Lance, Keontae Scott, Chris Bell went at 90 to the 49ers. Grayson Halton and Joshua Josephs in this hypothetical. I'm not saying that this is actually what happened. So in this, the Rams on the clock at 93 in this mock draft would have Jennings Dunker, Caleb Tiernan, Dennis Sutton, Mike Washington Jr., Elijah Surratt, Deion Burks, Daryl Jackson Jr., Connor Liu, Kyle Lewis, Kamari Ramsey, Chandler Rivers, Sam Hecht, Devin Moore, Jalen Farmer. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean,
The only position that would infuriate me.
If they took Mike Washington Jr., I'd be pissed. Will Merrick, Ohio State tight end to the Dolphins. Both their tight ends go in the freaking day two. That's insane. I mean, you're over there. You're used to it. I mean, like, tight end factor. Eli Raridan, the biggest issue with him are the injuries, but he's a good. I mean, I liked Mitchell Evans last year more, but
I mean, yeah, I like Mitchell Evans more too, I think. But I mean, like, Eli is like, if he was around in like the sixth or something,
we would just go 17 personnel at this point.
Well, no, not now. Also, guys, we do read the chat. I don't know what's going on, but like, we're behind. We caught up on the picks. No, now I wouldn't take Eli. But I mean earlier before the Max Clare pick, I was like, oh, well, like, because tight end just wasn't high on like my list. Like, I wasn't thinking the Rams were going to take a tight end in the first 4 rounds. Yes, Drake, we do. So I was like, who could be fun to take like in the 6th? So I'm seeing Jags Pregnon.
Well, that would have been nice. Getting him for
Well, I don't know if it's confirmed though, because I just see it. Oh, ID89 said it.
Yeah, are you kidding me? Mr. FBI himself. It's absolutely confirmed. That dude can tell you who's on the clock at pick 62 next year. Like, if
you know who'd be interesting, Jake, and it might be early for him, like Chandler Rivers.
Yeah, I like him a lot. Rivers is more of a slot guy, right? But
I don't know if I take him here, but like it's so
he's so like he's got so much experience. I mean, he played over 3,000 snaps at Duke.
But also just like remember, guys, the Rams, this is like the pick because they don't pick again until the 6th round.
I know, and do you really want them to trade out? It's like okay. Here's the thing. If they trade out of the 3rd round, that means it's probably better for their draft class. But at the same time, if they trade out of the 3rd round, it's going to be brutal for us. For the here and now. Tomorrow, it'll be
more
better.
Fun. I'll
but
be honest.
they should. They
Here's my
probably
thought
should trade
process.
out, shouldn't they?
They should,
Because
but
they're
of
not picking until the 6th, right?
right. No,
Ugh.
that's what I'm saying. Is like they either
Yeah.
make this pick at 93 and that's kind of it for them. Like that's.
Yeah.
I
Tomorrow's gonna
mean,
be
they could
insane.
still trade in tomorrow, but like. We've got the Jags, the Bears, the 49ers, the Raiders, the Cowboys. Then we're up.
Yep. Okay. So Jaguars took Pregnon.
Oh yeah,
Who's on?
Pregnons. So the
Who?
Bears and then the 49ers
Okay.
are up.
Of course. Bears. Did they grab their center yet?
Yeah.
They did. I thought they did. Yeah, they got Logan Jones. Oh, dude,
Yeah.
they're having a good draft. Thieneman, Jones, and Sam Roush. So I would say they're probably going to go defensive line here.
I think so.
Grayson Holton, or Halton, excuse me. Grayson Halton makes sense. Daryl Jackson Jr. And you know who's kind of underrated? Like, I mean, he's like my sleeper, but I could see him going right before the end of this round.
Who?
Caleb Proctor, Southeastern Louisiana.
Yeah.
It's Xavion Thomas, the wide receiver out of LSU.
Feels early.
Yeah, I mean, with some of the guys there, that's... Ooh.
Well, it's not someone we wanted, so great. So the Niners are on the clock, then the Raiders and the Cowboys, then the Rams, guys. What do the Niners do here, Jake?
Well, what do the Niners do here? So far they went with Stribling and height. So they got a pass rusher. That's been a big issue for them, not getting pressure. And they got a wide receiver. Again, I think they're going to trade Pearsall at some point.
I
Guard,
think they
tackle.
go.
This
Yeah.
is this has got to be Dunker. I've already said that, but like this has got to
Yeah.
be Dunker. He's a perfect fit for them.
I think it's Dunker or Tiernan.
Yeah, or maybe Tiernan. Tiernan's more of an old school kind of. He's similar to like a Rob Havenstein. So I don't know if that's who they're looking for, but
I don't know. I don't know, guys. I'm Batman. Someone in the chat asked me to say that. Probably should have said that first, so that wasn't so jarring.
I don't know, guys. I'm Batman. I'm like, all right.
I think it's because my voice is like just insane from being sick that I sound all distorted. I don't know what the 49ers do here. I think it's got to be offensive line, but
Yeah, I don't know how. So if you're at pick 90 here, 49ers probably go Dunker. And then you got Raiders, Cowboys, Rams. So Raiders and Cowboys. Who would the Raiders go after here? So let's look. Raiders.
Elijah Surratt.
Surratt is right there, so that's who they'll probably get. And then the Cowboys, edge and safety. And what needs do they have? I have interior defensive line, linebacker, corner.
The 49ers took Indiana running back Kalon Black.
Wow.
Did they lose? I'm blanking. So they've obviously got McCaffrey. Is Brian Robinson a free agent?
Yes.
So this makes more sense now. But they've also got who's the other guy they got? They got Garendo, right? right? I gotta look this up.
Yeah, they have Guarendo.
They still have him. Very interesting. Well, the 49ers took a guy that I don't think the Rams were targeting because I can't imagine they're targeting a running back in this round.
By the way, great job, NFL Combine. Literally wasn't even an invite. Guy goes top 90.
We know that the Combine invites are...
They're ridiculous. Let's see.
Well, guys, 2 picks and then the Rams are up. So we've got the Raiders, who Elijah Surratt makes a lot of sense for, and then the Cowboys and then the Rams, assuming they stay at 93. Now, Jake, how many people we got in here?
We have 2,700. Perfect world. By the way, I actually identified this as my trade down spot in every mock draft.
Yep.
Trade down to 100. You stay in the 3rd round and you get a 4th rounder. I would do that.
I would do that too because I just feel like I just don't love not picking in the 4th and the 5th round.
Well, my biggest thing is you want to pick in the 4th and the 5th round. 6th and the 7th isn't as good this year. So it's like I would consolidate all of my draft picks to move up, and I'm okay having 4 or 5 guys in my draft class. That's my point. They're too good of a team. Like, you're not going to keep this entire draft class if you have 9 guys. See what I'm saying? I'm not trying to waste time and draft guys that I know I'm going to cut. I'm trying to consolidate my picks so I can take the 7th and 6th rounders and turn them into a 5th or a 4th, right? That's to me. You trade down from 93 to 100. You get maybe a 164, I think it is. Get 164. I'm all for that. Then you take the picks in 6 and 7 rounds. And I already hate that I said that. But you take the picks and then you trade up and you get them into round 5. There you go. Consolidation. They did this 2017 when they selected. Do you know?
Who?
Samson Ebukam. They were like, we're done. Draft's over. They just, whoop, there's all the picks. They moved up.
Yeah.
They took Ebukam and called it a night.
It's just tough because I'm leaning trade down because of assets. But then I'm also like, oh man, I'm scared then you lose out on, I mean, should you just take Chris Bell here and get that guy, get one of the better receivers?
Barry on Twitter, you know Barry, Arizona Cardinals new franchise quarterback, and I just have to send it to you. It's ridiculous. He's not wrong. I don't know why Carson Beck looks like he's like 50 inside of like a 25-year-old's body. Like, it's bizarre.
He looks very old.
But like I just saw that. I thought it was funny. Let's see. So the 49ers, by the way, Kalen Black, it's weird. I saw similarities to a running back that I had number 2 in the draft for me a while back in Jerome Ford out of Cincinnati. He has the weirdest running style ever. Have you seen him run?
Yeah, it is weird.
It's bizarre. I mean, it works for him, so like that's cool. But yeah, kind of weird. The comments right now are just having, oh man.
Guys, can the Raiders make the pick already so then we can be one pick away from the Rams pick? The Raiders took tackle Trey Zune the third.
Ooh, okay.
So guys, the Cowboys are up and then the Rams. I'm actually a little bit nervous. It's weird.
Trey Zune, interesting player, by the way, can play all 5 positions. So a lot of versatility. I would not have been shocked if he was picked by the Rams if he was there.
Guys, I wasn't nervous in the second round for some reason when the Rams were picking, but like because of like the possible trade back situation and because they took a tight end in the second, I'm actually a little bit nervous. So people are saying the Rams are on the clock. The Cowboys took pass rusher Jayshon Barham out of Michigan. So the Rams are on the clock at 93.
On the clock. All right. Shadow draft time. I'll tell you who I'm picking here. If I don't trade down, I'm picking Chris Bell. I'm making that known.
But we already did a receiver.
No, not shadow draft. I'm saying in general, I'm picking Chris Bell here.
Okay.
But shadow draft, so far, I have Omar Cooper Jr. and I took Jermon McCoy. So, give me... Let's see. Kyle Lewis. I'm going to take Kyle Lewis. And honestly, I think this is going to be Kyle Lewis.
I do too. And I want the Rams right here to take either Chris Bell or Kyle Lewis. I'm leaning Kyle Lewis, but I can't take him in our shadow draft because I said that he was going to be picked
You
earlier.
went wide receiver linebackers, so you know.
So I'm going to say Chandler Rivers. It's early, but...
Okay. I don't think
Because
it's early. I think this is about where he would go. And honestly, he could have gone earlier. He's a really good player. So, come on, let it be Kyle Lewis.
Let it be Kyle Lewis.
Or Chris Bell. I'm totally fine with
Those are
either.
my
Or
top
Jermon
two.
McCoy. I mean, any of those guys, and I'll be happy. So,
Elijah Surratt.
I mean, if it's Elijah Surratt, I'll be happy. I'll just be pissed that I didn't make the video. Because I was literally making it, and I ran out of time. I was like, this thing is not going to happen.
Oh, I think I know who it is.
Will I like it? Will I not like it?
I think maybe. I don't know if this is confirmed.
They're staying at 93.
My heart is beating really fast. I don't want to say who it is if it's not accurate.
I see a bunch of names, and I don't like some of them, so I hope not. I feel like that would be very early for one of them.
I can't get a confirmation on this, so I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, I'm just seeing every name under the sun now.
I think I don't want to say, guys. We're gonna do this professionally.
Here we go. Who is it? It's Keegan Trost.
Yep, that's who I saw.
From Mizzou. This is very early for me, but I think this says a lot about this draft.
I like him.
I like him too. I'm actually a bit surprised he went this early.
I agree that this is early.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you were gonna go tackle here, looking at who I have down, I think Jennings Dunker, Caleb Tiernan, Jude Bowery, Isaiah World would be where I went right here.
Well, I see Trost as more of a guard. So I don't know. Did they draft him as a guard or a tackle?
It looks like they drafted him as a tackle, but that doesn't mean they he can't move to guard. But it does look like.
Yeah, it's so what's funny is I'm almost positive. I mean, I could be wrong. I haven't looked at my mock drafts in a while. I did 2 this year, right? So I had Keegan Trost. So literally I had him at 227 in the 7th round. Once again, the streak is alive. I picked another guy in a mock draft that the Rams drafted.
Now, didn't I take him in our
we
DTR
took him
mock?
We took him in the DTR mock. Yeah, I think you were the one that selected him.
Yeah. So now I agree that this timing of this pick is a little early. But guys, you're taking offensive tackle, which Jake and I have talked about. It is a need. And some people have kind of fought me on that. They're like, oh, you think that any tackle they're going to find in the 3rd round is better than Jackson or McClendon. It's not about being better. It's not about drafting a starting offensive tackle. It's what happens if Jackson or McClendon go down.
So
what then? That's the point.
Yes. Here's the thing. Trost, I think, can play 4 of the 5 positions. He's a guard tackle, in my opinion. I think he projects best to guard. I had the Rams drafting him in the 7th round at 227 as a guard in my mock draft. So, yeah, I got one right. He moves really well. I mean, this is a strong, nasty dude, mean streak. This is my type of offensive lineman. It's just early, right? Like, I don't think I would have, I will tell you, I wouldn't have taken him here this early. I would have taken him later on. But, I think he projects as a guard. He has 50 starts under his belt, very experienced at Mizzou. He's got the versatility to play tackle. And, he only allowed 1 sack in 2025, Alexis. So, he fits the Rams blocking scheme well. I think it's a really good fit. And and here's the thing. I wouldn't have been surprised if he went a little bit earlier, but I was just surprised to see him go here in round 3 and not have a trade back. So yeah, I think what you're getting is a really good pass protector, a nasty mauler type of guy with over 3,000 collegiate snaps. And, he really, really good production. And I'll say this, right? He was at Morgan State. He was at Indiana State. He was at Wake Forest. He transfers to Mizzou. So that's something that in the past, I know it's kind of weird, because Lesney kind of contradicted himself, because last night he was like, yeah, we love that, Ty Simpson stayed. He didn't ever transfer. But the Rams actually love when guys transfer, right? We've talked about this. So Trost actually has literally played for 4 schools, and I don't know if you know this, Alexis, he's the number 1 tackle in PFF grade in the country. So there's a chance that I might have been a little lower on him than he actually is. I had him going in the 7th round. Also, keep in mind, I'm using PFF mock draft data, right? He was there in the 7th round. I took him, but he was on our radar. You mocked him in our DTR mock draft. I like this pick. I just think it's a bit high, and to see Chris Bell come off the board here hurts.
Yeah, Chris Bell went
for the Dolphins.
Yeah.
I would just say, look, I think he'll end up being a really good pick because he gives them value at tackle and guard. And I think he can be a starter. Now, the reason why I say guard is because his arm length. He's got 32 and 3/8 inch arms. I mean, he doesn't have the desired arm length to stay out there at tackle. So that's really that's my analysis on the pick. I would probably, and we haven't graded any of the picks. I think we'll wait to do at the end, but I got one right on my mock draft. I feel good about that.
And real quick, just to catch everybody up, The Patriots took Notre Dame tight end Eli Reardon.
Oh wow, that's pretty high considering the injuries.
Yeah, it's high considering the injuries, but I do think talent wise, I don't have an issue with it, but a little risky. But yeah, back to Keegan Trost. Um,
I of course, yeah, damn it. I just cancel I just ended the clip cuz I thought we were done.
it's all right.
Okay. All right.
I don't remember. I'm sure I said something insightful, right?
Yeah,
Earlier? I don't think I
I
did.
thought you said some stuff, so I was
I
like,
didn't. It's okay. I don't need to.
okay.
You covered. I think that you summed up Tross pretty well.
I tried.
I know that there's going to be people, Rams fans that are a little bit bummed because this is not a sexy pick. It's not a well-known guy.
Mhm.
It's not Chris Bell. It's not a weapon. I understand that, but this is a pick that's going to be insurance in a season where you have Super Bowl hopes. This is a guy who can play 4 out of the 5 offensive line positions. He's going to be able to step in, and that was the goal, I think, in taking him. Is this is going to give you some depth. I understand that it's not a weapon or somebody who you're planning on having out there a ton. I mean, you're really planning on him not playing, right? You're really planning on hopefully him not having to start a game. So I get it. Um, I also get that the third round might have been a little bit early for him, but um, after the first and the second round the Rams had, I'm not tripping about this. I think positionally, this is the best value the Rams have had all draft. Like taking an offensive lineman here at this spot in the third is the first positional pick that's made sense for the Rams. And it does look like Dunker just went to the Steelers.
I feel like all I hear, you're not going to understand this at all, but every time I hear Trost, I think of Attack on Titan, so I'm probably just going to call him Attack on Titan at this point. Those of you who know, you know. Alexis is like, what's he talking about?
I don't know.
What's he nerding out about over there? Anime.
So the Vikings are now on the clock with back-to-back picks. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm updating our Instagram at Downtown Rams. Go follow us. I want to make sure I get this posted. And you know what? There's a lot of Mizzou fans that are also Rams fans from the St. Louis area. So I'm sure they're psyched to see one of their guys get taken by the Rams. So that's always fun. Um, there's another Mizzou guy that I kind of want the Rams to grab, and that's Kevin Coleman. But now I'm kind of like, I don't know that you have a chance to take Kevin Coleman unless he falls. Um,
Yeah,
because you don't pick unless you trade up. So now it's like I don't know that that's a possibility.
Steelers took Jennings Dunker.
Yeah.
I like the fit.
Vikings picking back to back. Wouldn't be surprised to see them go receiver.
Yeah, they lost Jalen Naylor. I could see them adding a receiver.
Surratt's still there.
Yeah,
I gotta
the
update my
Raiders ended up
board.
passing on Surratt, which is surprising.
Yeah.
I didn't expect him to fall to the 4th round.
Eli Reardon's off my board. I'm hearing that McVay is really happy at the presser right now. Interesting. Um,
Also, they're
I
probably telling him like you got to be a little bit more like, hey,
play, yeah.
we're under
Um,
fire here, so you know,
you can't be going viral again.
yeah,
Um, so I think the Rams are done for the day, considering Snead and McVay are at a presser
yeah, it's
at
always a
this
good
current
sign.
moment in time. So I don't think they're trading back into the third. You've got the Vikings up with back-to-back picks, and then the Seahawks, and then the Jaguars, and then we're done for the night. And as of right now, guys, the Rams don't pick again until the 6th round. So we have quite a bit of time.
Yeah, we do. Let's catch up on
Quite a
some
bit of time.
supers.
Yeah.
As the draft winds down, we got 11 so far. Luis, thank you for the 5. Great work, Jake and
Thank you.
Alexis, as always. If they aren't drafting a receiver, do you believe they might have a trade hiding regarding A.J. Brown or Pickens? I'm going to say absolutely not on A.J. Brown. Pickens, I have no idea.
I agree. I agree.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right, so Banker Alpris, Alexis, take Airborne 2 times a day for 2 weeks. Trust me.
I just might. I don't want this to happen again.
Thank you, Banker.
Thank you.
Jinja Jesus, thank you for the
Thank
5.
you.
I have a feeling McVay might be trying a new offense with tight ends. Instead of a solid wide receiver 3, he's going to be moving tight ends around for big body matchups. I mean, it's certainly possible. It sure seems like you're never going to just only go into a 13 personnel grouping because guess what? Devontae Adams can't play if you do that, right? Like it doesn't work that way. But
Yeah.
I could see them having more emphasis on that and kind of changing things. Yeah. So I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Makes
We
sense.
appreciate it.
Caleb Tiernan just went to the Vikings, by the way. So this is kind of
Good pick
where
for
we
them.
thought he'd go. Good pick.
Yeah. AES, thank you for the 2. Best
Thank
aesthetic
you.
names was Ramsey and L. Akers.
Oh, I get it. That played for the Rams because you had Jalen Ramsey on the Rams.
Oh, and then
And
Lakers.
then
Oh,
L.
Landon
Akers,
Akers. I remember
yeah,
him. Yeah.
Lakers. Because I brought up earlier Dominique Orange. I wanted to play for the Browns for the aesthetic.
Yes.
Yeah, so true. Good point.
Yeah, I like that.
Good
Um,
point.
Long list is back. Civil
Thank
War-ish in
you.
the off season isn't a reason for hope. That's fair.
That is fair.
Ty Simpson looks like great value here. Long list. Appreciate you.
Yep, thank you.
Tito, thank you for the 5. I hope we draft either Chris Bell, Skylar Bell, Saved by the Bell, Lakers in 5.
Well, we got none of that, but
But
maybe
but you
Lakers
got
in 5.
Trost, and there's actually a bell tower in the
At
city of
Mizzou.
Trost. So
Oh, well, there's
in
also one I think at Mizzou where he
oh
played,
yeah,
but
well, I think there's one in every college game. If you don't have a bell,
probably.
I don't know what
Well,
to.
Trost is kind of close to Trout, which is kind of close to Lake, which is kind of close to Lakers.
Wow, you stretched that one there.
I found a way. I found a way.
That was fascinating. Let me update the ticker, and then we'll get back to
I
our
haven't seen
regularly
the Vikings'
scheduled
second
program.
pick come in, so I wonder if they're trying to trade it.
This is the worst job I've ever done with the ticker, by the way, because I'm trying to manage. That means we're getting a lot of super chats, and also I'm just trying to follow the draft at this point and provide analysis. All right. Awesome. I just saw that my Vegas Golden Knights are losing 4-1 to a team that doesn't even have. It's not even a plural. The Utah Mammoth? The freaking hell is that? You didn't know that?
Who's the Mammoths?
No, it's not even Mammoths. It's Mammoth.
Mammoth. Who? Utah has a hockey team?
Yeah, so it used to be Arizona something,
Oh, that's right.
and now, yeah, I can't.
I'm so out of the
Arizona
NHL.
Coyotes, I think it was.
Yeah.
And
I didn't know
now,
that they rebranded.
yeah, the Utah
Out of it.
Mammoth. And the Lakers have officially beaten the Rockets. They're one game away from winning the series. Great stuff.
Great stuff. And the Vikings drafted Jacoby Thomas, defensive back. He's a safety.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Long This.
Thank you, Long This. Thank you for the lemon. The only big move left is to trade number 1 next year for an established player from a team that needs quarterback resources for next year. No, not AJ. Yeah, I don't see AJ being in play. They already just basically signed off on that. Trost has an 80.88-inch wingspan.
Yeah.
Where is he on mock draftable? Let me just see here. Randomly, this dude has 80 percentile vert for a tackle.
The Seahawks took cornerback Julian Neal out of Arkansas. I like him. That was who I took in our last mock we did, Jake. Damn. Of course he went to Seattle.
Miguel, member for 28 months. Appreciate you. Ruiz, not an F minus. This is a L draft. Less. Oh my God. Thank you, Ruiz.
Thank you.
Ram DeLorean, thank you for the 2. What's the strap for a perfect day 3 to you guys? Well, you got to trade up. You can't just sit back and wait until the 6th when, let's be honest here. I'm going to say this. What I'm seeing with this 3rd round is that this draft, the teams are just not high on. So they're getting their guys that would typically be like 6th rounders in other drafts. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
I think you got to trade up, and you've got to. I still think you got to take a receiver. I don't know how you haven't. I guess they're looking at Claire as the receiver that they're gonna take, but it's tough now because I got to try and like. You gotta, they as of right now they pick in the 6th.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what you got to plan for. The Jaguars took Jalen Husky, defensive back.
I don't know who that is.
I don't either, but that's the end, guys.
Yeah,
the 3rd round is over. The night is over. That's a wrap. We did it. And the Rams, I know that there's people in here of all fandoms, but for the Rams, they end up taking Max Clare, tight end out of Ohio State in the 2nd, and Keegan Trost, offensive tackle out of Mizzou in the 3rd. So the Rams so far have taken a quarterback, a tight end, and an offensive tackle.
So through 2 days, do we want to give grades?
On the picks?
Mm-hmm.
We can. It's just interesting because depending on how tomorrow goes, it might change because then you go, okay, well, maybe that's better. But we can.
Okay, let me see if I can put these up. 1 second. It's not letting me. Let's see. 1 second here. I'm trying to use the PFF thing. And then I'm just going to put it up on the screen. All right, this will work. So include you. And all right. So in case you missed it, Rams fans, this is the mock. Well, this is the draft. Got Ty Simpson at pick 13. Max Clare at pick 61. Keegan Trost at pick 93. Rams do not pick until the 6th round at 207. And then they have 3 7th round picks. I do expect them to trade up. I think this is going to be a 5-player draft class. And I think they're going to make a move to move up to either the 4th or 5th round. And then they might keep like a 6th or 7th rounder. I just did it again. I hate everything. So there you go. Ty Simpson, for me, based on what he provides, like I get, like now you have your successor, which does, as you mentioned, Alexis, give you flexibility. I would say I would probably give this a D plus because of the value. I'm not going to give it an F. I think a D plus is fair because I don't think the value was good. Maybe I'll move it up to a C minus. How about that? C minus.
No, you said D plus.
I'll move it up to C minus. And then
D plus.
C minus it is. I like Ty Simpson. I'm hoping it works out. Max Clare. This one was confusing. At the same time, it's not confusing. They're telling us, Alexis, they want to be a 13 personnel team. Very different. Far cry from their 11 personnel, going out and getting Sammy Watkins and, Brandon Cooks, right? I'm going to give Max Clare a C plus. I don't think the value is terrible based on, where he was going to go. I just don't. I would have gone with other guys. Like I had an issue with picking him over some of the other guys. And then Keegan Trost, I don't think they got great value on him, but I like the player. I'm gonna go C on that one. So I think Max Clare was probably the best pick. I think Keegan Trost is probably my favorite out of all the players. But I think they picked him too early. So all in all, I'll give the Rams get a C from me for draft day 1 and 2. I think they left a lot of meat on the bone. They could have traded down. They could have gotten more assets. I don't exactly love the draft. I'm going to give it a C.
So the Ty Simpson pick, I'm in a very similar boat because I waver between D plus and C minus. I just can't. The value is awful.
Yeah, it's not good value.
I think I'm going to give it a C minus because people are very sensitive about this still. And I'll be generous. I think it's a C minus. I think it's awful value. I don't think it has nothing to do with, it has a little bit to do with the prospect, but I just think regardless, it's unjustifiable to me. So C minus for the Ty Simpson pick. Nothing against the kid, but this is a guy that the Rams have openly been like, yeah, we don't care if he plays for another 4 years. What are you doing? Not a good look. So I'm taking C minus for Ty Simpson generously. Max Clare, it's interesting because this is about where I had him going. A little early. I had him like at the end of the 2nd round. I don't love tight end for the Rams here. The only place that I really loved potentially tight end for the Rams, like I said, was if you went with Sadiq at 13. And again, I think there's a lot of holes in Max Clare's game that make this a little bit of a puzzling pick, even for 13 personnel. I'm going to say, Jake, I'm going to give it a C. I think you gave it a C.
Max Clare?
Yeah.
I gave him a C plus, so I'm just going to stay at C plus.
I'm going to give this a C. And then Keegan Trost. is interesting because I do think this pick was early. I do like Keegan Trost. I think there was better tackles on the board. I think there was like 3 to 4 maybe better tackles on the board. But I like Keegan Trost. I like that he can play 4 of the 5 positions. I think he's a guy that if he needs to step in, I'm not scared. But I think I'll give that like a B minus. So I ranked him a little bit higher. Um, so that would be my early grades. I'm basically going C minus, C, B minus.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I could understand the B minus with try. I think it was just a little high, but like again, it's not a great draft, so I don't I don't really have an issue with it. I mean, that's the thing. Like, how am I? Because I understand some people are going to push back on this, but how am I supposed to give the Rams like an A draft or whatever when I just watched the Jets get Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr., D'Angelo Pons, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, and I know they had more picks than the Rams, but I don't know. And I see I just think it's funny. I see J5J, who he lost a bet with me, by the way. I think it was 2 years ago. He says, I'm done with these two, bro. Literally both talk out of their asses. So fun.
I saw that too. Hilarious.
Fun fact. So J5J lost a bet to me because I said the Rams would win more than 5 games. He literally didn't think the Rams would win 5 games. They went on to go to the playoffs. So that was J5J. But I appreciate him because he's been around for a long time and obviously he supports the channel. But yeah. So anyway, I've been wrong about so many things. I've been right about some things. Obviously, people are more loud about when I'm wrong. That's the way it is with anybody. But I always, if I don't like a pick, always hope I'm proven wrong. My ego doesn't matter when it comes to the Rams because I'm like, bro, think about it. The Rams being good helps us, gets people watching, right? Why would I root against the players just because I didn't like the picks? So in conclusion, I would say I don't hate any picks. I understand the thought process with Ty Simpson, and if they truly fell in love with him and they did their research and all that, fine. I think my biggest argument with that is, and I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but I think it was the Virginia quarterback who's out of the league. He played for the Packers. I see him all the time on Twitter. Do you know who that is? I'm blanking on his name. I think we liked him in the draft. He's one of the quarterback Twitter guys, right? Not Chase Daniel. He went to Mizzou. I can't remember who his name is, but he said it best, I thought. He said basically that you can get Ty Simpson next year and the year after that. And that's really my argument, is that if you're going to take a quarterback at 13 in a weak quarterback draft, he better be somebody that's like a game changer. And I don't really think Ty Simpson's a game changer. Again, rooting for him. I hope he proves me wrong. And I know, by the way, he's going to succeed. Like, I feel so confident in that. It's not like a pick where Alexis, I'm like, he's terrible. This is going to be a bust. I don't think he's going to bust because I think he's in the best fit he could possibly be in. But that said, like, yeah, I just think right now, Kirk Benkert, thank you. Yes, Kirk Benkert. He was the one who was saying, there are Ty Simpsons in every draft. And I thought Mike Florio and Chris Sims also did a nice job in kind of encapsulating how we all feel. Like, you could have, so you miss out on Ty Simpson. You just told us in the same draft, by the way, they drafted Ty Simpson, Alexis. They just told us that, like, this stuff just came out. Stafford's going to be around longer. They said beyond 2027 and beyond, potentially. Like, so they're telling us he might be around longer than we even thought. And this is the draft they decide to go out and get a quarter. It's just a little bizarre.
Yeah, I would have, if I were the Rams, kept that close to the vest after making that Ty Simpson pick. Because that made it even less justifiable. I probably would have tried to not let that get out. No, I listen, I think it's obvious if we all look at this Rams draft, which pick makes the least amount of sense. and it's not close.
Yeah.
It is what it is. We move.
I mean, Max
Today,
Clare, he's probably going to be interesting because McVay was hyped about him. If they have a plan, Alexis, you know my take. If they have a plan for these guys, I'm fine. I'm tired though. You lose the benefit of the doubt when you keep drafting guys like Cam Akers, Tutu Atwell, and they don't even get a second contract. Or if they do, like Tutu Atwell does, it's a prove it contract, and you use them as a damn paperweight. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
keep in mind, and this is like if we really want to stretch this, we know that the Rams need a receiver. That's not a secret. The wide receiver 3 is, we can only every year be like, oh, this is the year they're going to get Whittington involved, or they're going to use the second year receiver. Like, we can only say that so much. Who's not to say they don't turn Davis Allen or Colby Park? I don't think they'll do this, or Colby Parkinson into a receiver somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't think that's so crazy.
So Ram DeLorean was asking what the strategy is for Perfect Day 3. I gave mine. Did you have any thoughts on that? Did you want to like just trade up, consolidate picks, or like how did you view it?
I mean, I said that I as well would like to trade up because I don't think you can justify trading or staying at 6 after not getting a receiver. Like I think you have to find a receiver before round 6. Whether that's a 4th round pick, whether that's a 5th round pick, I don't love sitting at round 6 and letting 2 rounds go by, and then you kind of just like throw your hands up and you're like, well, whoever's here is here. I kind of think that they're going to try to trade up, or I at least hope.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We got some other supers. So let's see here. Where are we? We're at Ram DeLorean. So I'll just. We got Derek.
Thank you.
I'm late. How are we feeling about this pick? So this is 11:03. So this is probably the Trost pick. We like the Trost pick, and especially we like the player. I don't know why it says the Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock, but anyway, we like the player. I felt it was a little bit early because I had him going in my mock draft in the 7th round, but I also could be off on him. Let's just remove the rounds, the picks. The Rams got 3 good players. I don't think the Rams got like a game changer, but I think, is that fair to say, Alexis, they got 3 good players?
I think they for sure got 2.
That's fine. I was asking you. I wasn't trying to get you to agree with me, right?
I think they got 3 players who definitely have a lot of potential. Mm-hmm. And I think they got 2 players who are I'm pretty confident in how they play at their position. And then
you liked Claire more than I did, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I like Trost the most, I would say, for right now. Because
I do too. I think
Trost is 25, I believe. He's played 7 years of college football. So like, I just feel like that's the type of guy. He's probably not going to get a second contract, Alexis. That's just the nature of the business. And if he does, it'll probably be like a prove it deal or whatever, a short-term deal after. So you're going to have him until he's like 29. And he's going to essentially fill the role of a guard or tackle. And he's going to give them a 6th man that they haven't had since they let Noteboom go. That's how I see him. I see him as Joe Noteboom 2.0. Which people will be like, oh, that's awful. And I'm like, actually, that's valuable, especially when you're a Super Bowl team. There's a chance we're going to see Keegan Trost on the offensive line starting in games this year because Avila's he's gone down every single year, at least missed one game. So, yeah, I like the Trost pick. I just think it was early, but I like the player. I like the player more than the pick. I'll say that.
Yeah.
So, next up, we got Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, both. Great show as always. Do you have any late day 3 sleepers you would like the Rams to take?
I mean, listen, I would really love Kevin Coleman. He's another Mizzou guy. He's a receiver out of Mizzou. I
I'm
think
all in
he's
on Kevin Coleman if that's where they go.
I feel like he's going to be gone before six, but like I think there's a world where he maybe is available in the sixth round. I don't think he should be. But that's a guy that I really like. Let me just pull up my list. But he was the first that came up.
These guys
Um,
aren't drafted, by the way. This mock just went on its own. So,
so
um,
like Kyle Lewis hasn't been drafted.
I know
But
he's
he's going to
such
be
a good
gone
fit.
before six. I think I'm out on McCoy. Something feels really weird about the energy and the way that McCoy's fallen. So something serious must be going on there. Elijah Surratt.
I'm not out on McCoy. I mean, if he falls to the sixth round or seventh round, you got all those picks. By all means, take him. Like I don't care. You'll figure it out after.
It's just tough because I think everybody who's coming to my mind, I'm gonna scroll back. I'm like, oh well, they're not gonna be there in the sixth round.
Caleb Proctor, he won't be there. Let's look. I could see the Rams trading
Billy
back up for
Schrauth,
Reggie
like, is
Virgil.
he gonna be there in the sixth?
Probably not.
And,
I like Jude Bowery, but he's probably off the board now. Mason Riger, really like him. JC Davis out of Illinois, like him. Ready to play right away. Isaiah World is a project, but I like him.
Malik Benson, the receiver out of Oregon, but I don't know that he'll be there in the sixth.
Price Sock, I like him at cornerback. I like Jeremiah Wright, Kevin Coleman Jr. I like Josh Cameron. I like Caleb Elarms. I like Michael Taff. He's dominant special teams guy. Like he'll be one of the best special teamers in football. This is the Rams pick. Aiden Fisher is so much like Troy Reader, and people would get so mad. Hezekiah Massis, I really like him. He was in my mock draft. Drew Shelton's interesting. Coogan, the starting center for national champion Indiana, would say, all right, this is one of the guys I want. I know it's crazy, but if they keep all their picks, I want Eli Heidenreich on this team. Because they can use him as a slot. They can use him as a fullback. They can use him as a running back. Like, he'd be fun to just have. Cam Rice, who I don't even think he's on this list. Cam Rice out of Maryland. He's one of my sleepers. Matt Golbin, center from Michigan State. VJ Payne, Kansas State. Yeah, I mean, so, those are still a bunch of sleepers, honestly. Tyron Montgomery has such a crazy story. John Carroll.
Some of y'all's comments are so hilarious. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Harold Perkins Jr., by the way, would be really interesting. He crazy athlete. It just, he doesn't really have a
I
position.
forgot about him.
Yeah, it seems like everybody does. I really like Jadon Kennedy.
I forgot about Dane Key too.
Yeah, there's your guy, Brailsford.
Yeah, I did take Brailsford, I think, in one of our... No, I did take Brailsford.
Do it,
in one of our
Rams.
mocks.
Do it. 19 personnel. I'm making up shit now, but like...
Just take all the tight ends. Just take tight ends back to back to back. People would love that.
I mean, technically, you could just use him as a running back. Because he's like a fullback, tight end hybrid. I know Wet Gen, a lot of people like because they like the idea of a returner.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. There's Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
Eric Gentry, a unicorn type of guy. The dude that literally is in every mock draft at the end because people don't know who anybody is. And they're like, oh, that's a tackle that has a name that looks like he could play tackle. What else? I like Lewis Bond. He's too similar to Jordan Whittington, though. I don't know if they draft him, but Josh Moten, really like him. So yeah, I mean, there's some guys. I'm not, as you guys can see, I'm very picky. I like Malik Benson as a field stretcher if they want to add him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, now we're in like the almost 300 range, so Yeah, Bryce Foster from Kansas. Travis Burke, Memphis. Logan Taylor from Boston College. Another one of those Johnny on the spot. I can play all 5 position type of guys. So yeah, that's I think we gave you your money's worth.
Yeah, I think we
Yeah.
did. Somebody says I'm zoning out, guys.
Well, we've been streaming for
I'm manning
4
the Downtown
hours.
Rams Instagram account, making sure that I get our stuff posted.
Anyway, we'll do the main screen now. Aaron, appreciate the broccoli. We had the number 1 offense last year. Why do we absolutely need a wide receiver. We did great with what we have. Fair.
Did we though?
But at the same time, it came down to a drop in the end zone. Like, and I know it was a close play, right? Bang, bang play. Like, I maybe I'm being unfair to Mumfield, and I'm sorry if I am, but like, that wasn't even the last play. I mean, no one could get open at the end of that game. Right?
Well, also, yes, but also think of injuries, guys. Devontae Adams has been struggling. Puka Nacua, just the style of play that he...
Very injury... I don't want to say prone, but... Well...
But, like, I mean, he takes some hard hits.
Yeah, he does.
Like, there's no guarantee. And then what? Like, the Rams can't seem to figure out who they really like at that wide receiver 3 spot. So, like, in my mind, I just am surprised they haven't taken a receiver yet.
Yeah. I personally think that I think that they need a receiver. And I've been saying this, and people are like, they don't need a receiver, and I'm like, all right, fine. Like, maybe you feel that way, like, because people are always like, oh, the rich get richer. Like, why do they need a receiver? They have Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. And it's like, you do realize, like, they don't even use Jordan Whittington. So let's just start off with that.
Yeah.
They don't even use him. Konate Mumfield is never on the same page with Stafford. Will that get better? Obviously, yes, it will get better than what it was. But he's a 7th round rookie, okay? And he was not great as a receiver. He was great as a blocker. He can block. No one's saying he can't, but so can Whittington. And then after that, Xavier Smith is your other wide receiver. Guys, those are your 5 receivers. Unless I'm missing somebody, those are your 5 receivers right now. So yes, they absolutely need a wide receiver. No doubt about it. And you know what? The Rams have such a good idea of how to get wide receivers in drafts late. I'm not worried about it. Just get somebody that makes sense. That's all I'm asking. To pass on Bell, though, that was hard to look at, truthfully.
Especially that he literally went the next pick.
It's always that, right?
It's always like they literally go the next pick.
It's so obnoxious. Alex, Alex, appreciate you. Thank you for the Baja. I give the Rams an A+, 2 S's right behind it. That is Alex Barron
what you did there.
In a nutshell. If you're wondering, that's who we're talking about. P-Train with the Baja. Appreciate you. This draft appears to be about the future. Yeah, I mean, very clearly.
That is very true. And again, it is not how I envisioned that.
Although, you know what's funny, though?
But
Claire's going to be 23. Ty Simpson is 23. And Keegan Trost is 25. So is it really about the future?
people have longevity nowadays.
It's kind of weird. I'm just saying. It's kind of weird. El Rock, thank you for the 5. A very uneventful day to draft. I give this an overall F grade. Just trash. I'm sorry, but we appreciate the super. Street Shadow, thank you for the 5. Watching the post-draft conference, McVay addressed how he came off with the tie pick. He said it came off wrong. He is excited. He and Les made the pick. Yep.
That is what I would have expected him to say today.
I do think it's one of those things where it's a balancing act. Maybe he's not as into Ty Simpson as maybe PR's trying to make it sound now, but I don't think like he didn't want him at all. You know what I mean? I think what happened. Can I say what I think happened? I think he was.
Happened. I can say what I know happened.
Well, I have an idea. I think he was all in on getting Jeremiah Love. All in. Got excited. It's going to happen. Doesn't happen. Think about this. No matter how you feel about Ty Simpson, and this is honestly kind of how I felt yesterday. You prepare yourself for Jeremiah Love and you get Ty Simpson. That's like somebody calling you up and saying you won the lottery and then like, oh, just kidding. That hurts. It's not anything Ty Simpson did or didn't do. It's like what, and I'm not saying like I know this for a fact. I'm saying I have an idea. But if that is the case, like I get Sean McVay for being a little like, man, we didn't get Jeremiah Love. And we got a guy that I won't even be able to really utilize for 3 or 4 years. Yeah, it's interesting. But no, appreciate you, Street Shadow. We got Aaron with the 5. Ty Simpson pick gives them more flexibility money-wise this year and in the future. It's very true. Very true. They actually, it's funny because they didn't spend the money that they would have on Jimmy Garoppolo or Joe Flacco or Russell Wilson or somebody like that would have cost more money. And so by getting Ty Simpson, they actually have kind of a cheaper option there. And on top of that, now that they know that they have you've brought this up. I always give you credit because you're the first one that brought this up. Now that they know that they have their succession plan, they can be a little bit more aggressive. Like we don't need to keep those picks because that's our quarterback, stuff. And by the way, everyone was right. Remember when they acquired? This is actually kind of interesting. It kind of comes full circle here, and I didn't really think about it until now. Everyone said when the Rams got that trade from the Falcons, everyone just assumed that's for a franchise quarterback. That's Arch Manning. Arch Manning doesn't come out, ends up being for Ty Simpson. I'm not trying to make people feel bad because I know, again, Arch Manning, Ty Simpson, but
yeah, that's not going to make people feel better.
But you get what I'm saying. In the end, it ended up being for a quarterback, which is kind of surprising. Cody, thank you for the lemon. They took Simpson to take over when Stafford retires. I can see them adding a big name offensive weapon with their future ones now. Don't know who, but I could see it. I could see it as well. It's really going to be dependent. Keep in mind, they're giving Devontae Adams. They didn't even mess around with his deal. They're giving him $28 million this year. Okay. So, yeah. Like, after this season, they can replace Devontae Adams if he retires. And they're already ready to spend $28 million on a receiver. So, that is the intriguing part. And that's probably why they were open to the A.J. Brown deal. But that's just my take on that. So, Jeff, coming in with the Baja here. Thank you for the 2. Are we good on cornerback, or do you think we might grab one? I think they'll grab... I think they grab like Moton or like Kennedy in the 6th round.
I mean, yeah, I think it depends on obviously if they trade up, which is what we're hoping they do. But I don't think they leave this draft without a corner. They'll take a developmental guy, I think probably in the 6th or 7th. I mean, I think you're basically signifying at this point that you feel comfortable having Emmanuel Forbes as the 3rd guy. And then you're basically taking somebody to develop and have for depth later on.
Yep. And then Jeffrey. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Coming in with the 5. All right, I like my Hawks draft so far. Hope Alexis feels better. I got a cold bug recently, too. It sucked. Condolences for the Rams picks.
Thank you on all counts. Yeah, the bug being sick.
One of the good ones from the Seattle fan base.
Yeah, I'm at the end of it, guys. That's why my voice is like, I'm at the end, but unfortunately the voice is like the last part of it, I think.
And then the last one, last but not least, Lemon with the
thank you.
Charger with the lemon. I said lemon with the Charger. No. Thank you for the 10. Stafford's been giving this team discounts to improve the roster and win a Super Bowl. Why would he do that this time when they clearly are not doing the same? This is actually kind of what I was saying.
Yeah.
I mean, Stafford could have been really hardcore on this, but,
I'm not convinced that he wasn't. But I will say Jake made a really good video about...
Oh, thank you.
I liked your video that you made about the your full thoughts on the Ty Simpson pick, because you brought up a lot of really good points. And like I said, the only thing I disagreed with you on that video was about McVay's reaction based on stuff you and I have talked about. But everybody should go watch it. It's really, really good, and it does bring the Matthew Stafford angle into it. But yeah, I think it is really Matthew Stafford won an MVP last year, and then you go and you take a quarterback at 13. It's just not, I don't care. It's not justifiable. Also, someone in the chat said, Alexis, weren't you sick during last year's draft? No, I wasn't. Jake was sick.
Oh my God.
Jake was sick on day 3 last year.
So I wasn't even sick.
He wasn't even sick. He had food poisoning.
No. That was that was my last year in my parents' basement. Do you know what happened last year? I had the heart scare.
Was that during? I thought it was the food poisoning.
No, so
I don't remember. We've had some weird drafts.
Yeah, it's always weird with us. No, so
I wasn't sick last year.
You were not sick. No. So
Nope.
I powered through the first day, was really stressed, right? Really stressed. And I had people actually reach out to me and be like, Jake, you okay? Like, you did not look good in that video. I'm like, gee, thanks. But no, then like later on that night, like I was up, I was looking at, okay, here are the picks for day 2, because the Rams had traded out of the first round. And I end up, what was it? No, I wasn't sick last year, guys.
Was that not the Subway food poisoning? That was definitely last year.
Oh my
Or the crumble
God.
cookie. It wasn't the heart. I'm telling you. It was
No, it was the heart and the food poisoning. I had double whammy. That's a great point. I actually
Because last
forgot
year-
about that. It was the Subway.
Lest we forget that I ran the Downtown Rams draft live stream for an hour by myself.
That's
Lest
right.
we
I had the
forget.
Subway food poisoning day 3. Oh my
Yep.
God.
It was, I had to step up.
Well, no. That was at my parents' house with Josh Carty, right? That wasn't last year.
Oh, it was 2 years ago.
Yeah. No,
They
it
all
was the
blend.
heart thing last year. I didn't make it like really public at the time because I was like, I hope I'm okay. What ended up happening was after day 1, we had a great stream, logged off. Alexis and I chatted a bit off air. We signed off. I went to relax. And my heart started racing. Like I'm just sitting down on the couch. My heart just started racing. And then day 2, I kind of powered through it. And then day 3, I also powered through it. But guess what ended up happening? My roommate gave me some Mountain Dew, and I hadn't had like caffeine or anything. Like after that episode, I was like, I'm staying away from it. I don't know what's going on. I had Mountain Dew because he gave me Baja Blast, a little bit of it, and my heart started racing again. And then I found out I'm caffeine intolerant. So that was how I found that out. And it was a roller coaster. It was horrifying. So yeah, we're all good now.
We're all good now.
Yeah, it's also my anxiety. So there's that. But yeah, don't get me anywhere near caffeine.
We've had some drafts. I've done Downtown Rams through COVID. I've had the flu.
Yeah.
So I have been sick before doing the show, just not during the draft. Someone in the chat just said, "Where are the black olives and pineapple pizza?" That's tomorrow.
That will be tomorrow.
So every year on day 3, we order pizzas kind of towards the beginning of the 6th round, which is ironic because this year the Rams aren't picking as of now till the 6th round. So we'll be like eating when they actually pick. Everyone's saying that they feel like I'm sick all the time. I've been sick lately.
I mean,
will
to be
say
fair,
that.
you're in Chicago. It's still cold, right? Like it's going to
The
happen.
weather is doing this. And I
It is
also
doing
just
that,
feel like
yeah.
for whatever reason, every year between January and like May, I always end up catching some shit. Like I don't know how or why. I mean, I am in a city and I am around a lot of people and I take public transit, so like maybe that's it. I also go out and do a lot of stuff improv wise and sketch comedy, so I'm around a lot of people. But every year, like the beginning of like this is the end of my sixth season, I feel like, but I always end up with something like bronchitis.
Oh, good Lord. I know. It's
I got the stomach flu already this year. I hadn't had the stomach flu in so long, and I got the norovirus in February.
your body was just like, you know what? You know what you need?
You know what you
The
need?
stomach flu. That's what
You
you
know what
need.
I hadn't thrown up in years, and they're like, you know what? We're gonna bring back a throwback for you.
It's so funny.
It
Like
was, yeah. This year's been bad for
ridiculous.
me, I will say. Um, but
So
guys,
real quick. So we got a super, and then I have one more thing. So ID89, thank you for the 20. Feeling a little better. Looked into Ty a bit more. The idea of them loving the roster as is makes sense. Thank you both for being the best place to have a draft as usual. So I did work for a federal agency, NPS. I
you
knew
do
it.
for the NPS.
You just
I remember
know.
this.
You know?
And I commend the NPS for all that they do, especially right now.
Hmm.
And they do a lot of really important work, so thank you for that. And also thank you for using your sources to bring us the picks first every year.
Yes, absolutely.
We appreciate it.
Those NPS sources.
Yeah.
And then Daryl A Dog, thank you for the 5. Jake and Alexis, have y'all ever ate anchovies on a pizza? Because I'm thinking about trying it.
No.
I don't think
wouldn't
I've
eat
ever
anchovies
eaten
on
anchovies
anything.
on pizza.
I wouldn't eat
Oh, you know what I
anchovies on
like?
anything.
I tried this new pizza. It's not new. It's been existent. It was new to me. My roommate gave me pickle pizza, and it's actually good. I don't care what anyone says.
No, it is good. I've had it.
Yeah.
There's
so,
there's a place in Chicago that's known for it, and it's not deep dish. It's just a normal New York style pizza, and it's pickle pizza, but it's not like covered in pickles. Like there's like pickle slices on
yes.
it, but it's not like
The
a
juice is
pickle
kind of baked
pizza.
into the cheese almost.
Yeah,
Like
it's
it like it
not
just works for some reason. But you
I
know what else
miss
works for
New
some
York
reason?
pizza. What's that?
Prize Picks. And they, of course, are the sponsor of the channel. Shout out to Prize Picks for sponsoring the channel. So be sure to check out Prize Picks. Link in the description below. Use the code HMA. We have a nice little, very different overlay here. So as you can see, we got team picks now. And believe it or not, that is still relevant going into the, makes sense, going into day 3. So as you can see on the screen, you can basically decide whether or not you think Diego Pavia, Cade Klubnik, many others are going to get drafted. If they're going to get drafted ahead of each other, you can go over on Prize Picks. It's available in 40 states, and you can go and pick some players. If your favorite prospect is sitting there right now, think about this. You are a big fan of Kyle Lewis. And the next best linebacker, I don't know, who's the next best linebacker? Let's take a look here. Let's take a look-see. The next best linebacker would probably be like Kayshawn Elliott. So you could actually like put stuff like that, where if you think, Kayshawn Elliott will go ahead of Kyle Lewis, you can put that in on Prize Picks. So be sure, I already see a comment. I forgot about Klubnik. Well, there you go. So be sure to check out Prize Picks again. Link in the description below. HMA is the code. And that is going to do it for day 2 or night 2. I think we'll call it night 2.
Night 2, guys, in the books, in the history books. We appreciate everybody who stuck around all night. We love doing this every year. Tomorrow's the long day. It kicks off at noon Eastern time and goes for about 6 or 7 hours. So that's the day that we're in sweats, we're hanging out, we order pizza. We kind of like just like chill. It's a much less intense vibe. and we're going to pray that my voice is still around. But guys, excited to see you tomorrow. Before you go, please make sure you like and subscribe if you haven't already. You can follow us on social media at Downtown Rams. You can follow me on Twitter /X at the Alexis Craft with a K. You can follow Jake at JK Bogan. You can follow us both on Instagram. I'm on Instagram at Alexis Craft with a K. You can follow Jake at JK Bogan. Guys, we will be back tomorrow for day 3 of the NFL draft. But as always, stay safe, take care, and go Rams.